Alrighty, hello everyone. Happy Thursday. Hope y'all are doing well. We back for one more, at least this week, with some more Cronos today. Just gonna jump right in from where we left off here. I did not get a chance, unfortunately, to mess around with the settings at all between streams. I like literally had to run out like right after yesterday's stream to do some stuff, so I didn't really get any sort of time. But hopefully it'll continue to run like okay today with the current settings. It seemed fine for the most part. There was occasions where things would get like slightly framey or stuttery, but nothing that was really hindering the performance too badly or anything. So I think it's okay enough. All right, I guess there's there's other skins we could use. I'm gonna stick with the default though. Anywho, yeah, let's jump right back in, I think. Continue. I'm definitely enjoying this game so far. I've kind of compared it or likened it a little bit to obviously like Dead Space influence is kind of right there, but also Callisto Protocol and a handful of other games that aren't really like that series of games, but that just remind me, or that this game reminds me of in various ways. But yeah, compared to Callisto Protocol, this game I would say is considerably more enjoyable for me. I have a lot of opinions about that game, but I shared enough of that already yesterday. I'm sure we'll get into it again at some point. Alright, let me just see exactly where we left off here. We don't really have any resources to spend at the moment. Our ammo and everything is not looking great, but hopefully we'll find some more. I do recall there was like a little side room over here I didn't get a chance to check before I wrapped it up yesterday. Let's see if there's any good loot to find before we head out. Free heal too. Nice. Okay. Not enough to make more ammo yet, but we'll hopefully be able to soon, because as of the end of yesterday's stream, I was definitely feeling like I was hurting on ammo resources a little bit. Custodians care. Citizen, trust our soldiers. They will protect you and your loved ones. I think that was it. We already kind of searched this general area otherwise, I think. I just was gonna hold off on going outside until today, although I had already prematurely kind of triggered the cutscene you get for going out there, because it triggers like right as you're getting to the threshold, so it's a little bit accidental, but it's all good. But yeah, I think I've read everything now and looted everything, so I think we just have to move on this one, unless there was something further back. Doesn't look like it. Okay, let's go. Onward. In terms of upgrades, so far, I've largely been focusing on like the inventory space upgrades and stuff. I have made, as far as like spending our energy, like our currency, I've been mostly upgrading the power of our guns. So the firepower of the pistol, the firepower of the shotgun. I did the pistol twice so far. I want to do it a third time here soon. The shotgun only once, but I also upgraded the shotgun's charge speed a little bit. But then as far as like all the suit upgrades are concerned, I did upgrade the torch capacity stuff by 1 for now, but that's going to need more as well. Climb that. Okay. But it just always feels like inventory is like this super limited commodity that we have. Inventory space, I mean, because it just fills up so quickly. And I haven't really very often had to leave anything behind. In fact, I think even like maybe the one time I did leave like a heal behind, I think we ended up going back for it anyway. But yeah, I'm just trying to have as little of that as possible. Hey Anna, how's it going? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. Alright, the outside threats. For handling incoming parcels, confiscate the following: tools and anything that could be used as a weapon, tobacco or similar products, alcohol or similar products, photographs or drawings of any sort. Medicine and clothing should be considered contraband and destroyed upon discovery. Interesting. Enemy, I think. Although, honestly, the environment makes enemy-like noises often enough, so it's hard to say. Trying to make sure we get absolutely everything. Some more energy. I feel like we get a pretty decent amount of energy. Like, the upgrades are... they're not abundant. Oop, running by. You can maybe turn this down just ever so slightly, because I feel like that's probably loud for y'all. Grab some handgun ammo, which we're probably going to need. We just need ammo in general, frankly. Hey, Tremere. How are you? It's good to see you. You're having a good one so far. You two doing alright, making my computer cry by backing up 10,000 of emails. Jeez. Played this game earlier this year and really enjoyed it, aside from the repeated main menu freezes. I don't think I've had any issues with, like, menu freezes. I do get, like, the occasional, like, just there. The occasional little micro stutter, with my current settings. I did not really get a chance to go through my settings in between streams to see if I could make it any smoother. It's already pretty smooth for the most part. It just, you know, would be nice if I could just completely eliminate any sort of stuttering or frame rate drop, which has only happened, you know, here and there, but it's just, with optimization being what it is these days, it's just really hard to dial things in. It feels like, even though I have a fairly robust PC, it's not like completely brand new or anything, but it's decently high-end. Give me back my husband. Please release the steelworkers. Give me back my husband. People want their husband back. Hello, are you armored? Give some spikes, maybe. Oh, fuck. Blame that one on the adaptive triggers a little bit. So we got a little bit of ammo back. It's in shotgun form, but that's still good. I hate empty boxes. So rude to not have items in it. Yo, NRD, how's it going? Where the hell is my husband? I think let me just go ahead and craft pistol rounds while we're at it. Okay, I feel like we're in a decent state. Not, you know, again, could be better, but we were. So was there anything else on this side? I think I got everything, but I just want to make sure. No, this. I think maybe this does go. It's kind of hard to see with all the dust, so. Okay, yeah, we came from there. This was all just dead end this way. Okay. It just, for a second there, it looked like there was kind of a second path I could go down, but I think it was just. I just got a little turned around from the dust storm. Some screechers over there. So yeah, we're still, obviously, you know, story-wise, like, figuring things out. You know, there's all these temporal anomaly things, and, time's all fucked up. There's this big apocalypse and everything. I don't know, maybe with these weaker enemies I shouldn't even be shooting them as much as I do. It might be better to try to melee them from time to time. Save a little bit of ammo at least. I already want to run back for another free torch fuel. Anyway, yeah, so I was saying, we're trying to figure out what has started the apocalypse. At least I think that's the general gist. That's the whole point of our travels, our dive, our time traveling, whatever we're calling it exactly. Yeah. She just doesn't move quite fast enough for us to kind of like jump in for a quick hit without like immediately getting hit again. I mean, I've been lucky up to this point to not have that happen, but it's not really worth it, which is why I'd like to weave in more melee just to save ammo, but it's kind of hard to do. Put us energy-wise. Okay, we need something like 6,300, I think, for the next pistol upgrade. So we're getting close. I wonder what the Find My Husband fit looks like. I started the apocalypse. Yeah, exactly. All that dust. Oh, that's cool. I wish I could do that without it costing even a single bullet, but still neat that I didn't necessarily have to go back for a torch fuel. But I'm kind of feeling like I should go get one, because I think we're about to go out there and fight some shit, so it's a bit of a run back, admittedly, but I just feel like with the way that they do things in this game, I don't think they want you to backtrack too much, and I don't intend to. Just to be a little bit better set up for certain occasions. Like, I feel like we should be slightly better off on ammo than we are right now. And the reason for that is because the last, like, couple sections we did before the end of the stream last time, or, you know, yesterday, we really ended up using, like, a ton of ammo and some, you know, whatever heals I had on me as well. So instead of having a bit of a surplus to potentially store, we used pretty much everything we had, and some of that was, you know, the occasional miss maybe, but it was like sometimes misunderstanding how like the armored enemies work, so I was wasting some shots on them. All of those like wall sniper and the wall fucker enemies were making things worse for sure. And you know, we can buy some shit with our money, and maybe that's what they want you to do instead of like always crafting, but just don't know. Nothing left in storage now. We did at one point have a surplus of shotgun ammo, but that's been in. Is there not a... Oh, it's over here. Just trying to decide if I should try to buy anything. But again, I think these are limited buys. Like, I don't think you can... I don't think you can really, like, keep buying this stuff. Like, it's, like, this is just all the amount you're ever gonna get if you decide to spend money on it. And it's very expensive for a very small amount, so I just feel like we should try to just get through with what we have instead and not really purchase unless we absolutely have to. And we might be in that point already, I don't know, but hopefully not. So yeah, I mean, otherwise, like, I have felt all throughout the game that, like, the game has given me, like, a very nice tight balance of, like, just enough resources to never feel like everything's too easy. Like, what else did I play recently where I felt like it was kind of a problem? What was it? It wasn't Resident Evil 9. I'm trying to remember what else I played. I remember I played Total Chaos on stream, which I do like a lot as a game. It might have been that. I forget. Like, it's a hard balance, to be fair, but anytime you're doing, like, survival horror, you have to be able to put enough stuff in the game to make, like, exploration feel worthwhile if you're not making the game super linear. And I would say this game is fairly linear, but there is, like, some optional stuff. So you want to put, like, stuff to gather so that it feels rewarding when you're looking around for stuff and being vigilant. But you don't want to put in so much that it never feels like you're being challenged at all. I don't think it was from Total Chaos, or maybe it was something I was commenting on watching somebody else play. I don't know. So that's entirely possible. But if you go from, like, maybe the game with the twins. Game with the twins. Why am I blanking on on what that is? You can tell, like, I haven't streamed for a while. Need 25 enemies with headshots. Okay, so headshots do matter. I wasn't really sure before, but seems to be the case. Get some fuel there. And those are repeated, so I'll try to bait out an attack and then just hit this guy. Okay, well, that didn't work. Now, she just doesn't move fast enough. I don't really have a way to... I don't have a good way to have her, like, get in there for a hit and get out. I hate it when boxes are empty, bro. It sucks. I really want to make ammo, but I might need to make a heal. Let me just hold off for a second. Stuff over here. It's all energy. There we go. Oops. Suspicious of every mound that we walk near because that's what the enemies are coming out of. Let's go ahead and make a heal. Oh, Tormented Souls 2, right. I completely forgot what else I had played recently. Let me think. Yeah, that might have been a bit of an issue in that one. I feel like, I felt like Tormented Souls 1 had a pretty good balance, but maybe 2 might have had that issue. I still like Tormented Souls 2 overall. There was one or two, like, kind of bigger nitpicks that I had about it, which was There was like one sort of navigation issue of like there was a point in the game where I just didn't know where to go because it was very not obvious. And then for the good ending, you have to do a very arbitrary task. You kind of do a similar thing in the first game to get the good ending, but I felt like it was a lot more obvious what you were meant to do in order to get the good ending in the first game. Because you get like an extra item where you're like right at the end of the game, you're like, oh, it's something like monotonous, like a wrench or some shit, right? But as you've been playing through the game, you'll sit there and remember like, oh, I know what this wrench could be used for. And it's to like help your twin sister. Excuse me, I had to cough. It's to like help your twin sister get out of like the cell she's in or whatever. Like when you go back in time, since there's like those couple of areas in both games where you can like go through a portal that sends you to like an earlier time period or sort of a different version of the world, since it's, you know, it has kind of that Silent Hill thing of like a good world and underworld sort of thing. So, you know, it's pretty easy to put two and two together to be like, oh, if I just go back to that area and use this, it'll probably be able to let her out, which is ended up being the case. And if you do that before you finish the game, then you get the good ending, right? Whereas in the second game, in order to get the good ending, you have to save like the one guy, the NPC dude who's been kind of slightly helping you along the way. But it's, you have to go backtrack through a whole bunch of like this one level to get to that place and to use a thing to kind of stop him from like bleeding out, but it's like very not obvious that you're meant to do that. Also, hey Sass, how's it going? How are you today? Because yeah, you'd have to like, he's got like a little bit of a neck wound and it's like, oh, he's bleeding, but you know, he seems okay. He just wants to sit over here and watch over like his now dying or deceased mother or whatever. And you had to like backtrack through the entire like evil version of the school or something to like find this mannequin version of him and then repair it with like an item that you have, which is fine, but again, it just isn't obvious that that's something you need to do, even based on like the items you get. So it felt a little like arbitrary. Okay, we have enough energy to upgrade the pistol. Seems suspicious. What's this? I think I'm going to quickly run back. Oh, come on. Still feel like I'm fighting some of these guys a little bit inefficiently. I'm going to quickly run back. I want to upgrade my pistol. Oh wait, I can't. I think I had to drop down to get here, so never mind. We just have to press onward. So then hopefully we'll find a save station soon. It's definitely overkill for that guy. Those guys are weak. Oh shit. Coming? Oh shit. No, 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 no. Okay. Not too bad. I think we're fully out of pistol now, though. Can we craft anything? We can make shotgun shells. Well, if we need to. I'd rather make torch fuel because if we run into an abundance of like scrap to pick up, because that would be a slightly better value since you get 2 of them by crafting it that way. They're certainly giving me a lot of energy, which, does seem like it would be potentially okay to buy stuff. I just really would prefer not to.
I can handle myself, thanks.
Jeez. Help isn't fucking cyanide, girl. Get to have some from time to time.
Listen, Arthur. Just so we're clear, we are not friends. We are here because we have a deal. You were meant to help me get inside, that's it, alright?
The medium had different layers of the same world. Oh, yeah. They did kind of a similar Silent Hill thing.
What the fuck are you looking for here anyway?
Let's just say Gabriel wasn't the only one who saw him.
An entirely unproductive workday. Home office has me just able to concentrate. I kind of feel that lately. Like, it's part of the reason why I'm trying to switch up like what I'm working on game-wise right now, because I started hitting some burnout with the card game. Not because, it specifically wasn't going well. It's just that I kept getting stuck on a couple of different things that I was trying to figure out, and then I just started hitting like this motivational wall to want to like keep going with those aspects. So I was like, well, I should probably just work on some other part of the project. But the more that stuff just kind of sat there, like not being done, the more it kind of like was just bothering me. And then I just had a hard time like really concentrating on it at all. Like I just really didn't want to do anything. So yeah, and like that hits me at the same time. Like, I don't know what it is. My particular brand of like autism, ADHD, whatever it is, I can be thankfully very hyper focused when it comes to work and stuff most of the time. In that, and like I don't usually get the same level of like executive dysfunction that other people might get with ADHD, where they just struggle to do like any task, because usually, I mean, I'll still get that, but usually I can kind of just like make myself do some shit, if it's at least small. But I hit this thing sometimes where it's like this insurmountable wall of like, I can't do any of the shit that I actually want to do. And it's not just like a day or a few days. It'll hit me like that, and I won't be able to do anything with it for weeks or sometimes even months. Like, unless I try to find some way around that wall, or work on something else for a while, maybe. And it doesn't help having like all of my jobs, as well as just the stuff that I like to do a lot of the time being so like screen focused. Like, it's hard to not be in front of a computer like most of the time. And I think that does hurt things a bit, just in general dopamine levels and shit. But even when I try to like limit that time, it's hard to like feel properly motivated, like enthusiastic about doing certain things when you hit that point. And it's why, like, certainly over the course of my life, like, I've had millions of fucking cool ideas and things that I've wanted to work on, writing, art, game dev, just creating shit in general. I'm a fairly creative person, but, you hit these things, like, after you get started, you have like a good amount of steam, you keep going, and then you hit this fucking wall, and then you're just like, well, that's another fucking project to throw on the pile that just never got completed, because, I didn't necessarily in the past have great tools. I still don't feel like I have great tools for navigating around these sorts of problems. I'm a little bit better about it than I used to be, which always feels kind of annoying that it's like, I had to wait until my later 30s to even like start really being a little bit better about it, because I would have liked having a better head start when I was younger, like to actually fucking complete a lot of the cool shit that I wanted to do. But yeah, I feel like that's common for a lot of people, and you know where I'm coming from, for folks in this community anyway, or our various shared communities, because a lot of us have some form of neurodivergence. But But yeah, it definitely doesn't really make things easy when you're... Why are we getting some stutters now? It doesn't really make things easy when you want to just try to do something specific with your life, or, you know, whatever it might be, even if it would be helpful or just fun or whatever, you know. But I get it. But yeah, if like having the structure of being back at the office, you know, helps you, then, you know, that's certainly nice. Like I definitely felt whenever I worked on stuff in an office, I found it a little bit easier, just because, not because I like the office environment necessarily, but just because having that bit of extra structure can be helpful. I still prefer working from home most of the time, but it really depends on what you have going. Because, like, to give you a different example, when I worked on the guides, every single one of those strategy guides, I worked my ass off nonstop. I did not allow any sort of wall to get in front of me until those books were completed. Sorry, I had to cough again. I did not allow anything to get in my way, and I was doing way too much shit. I was Mr. Reliable, always going above and beyond for everybody else, to the point where people would constantly come to me to be like, not only help me with this thing, or hey, can you do this, or can you do that, or blah, 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 and surely that'll just be done by tomorrow, right? You know, I was definitely not setting the right kind of boundaries, and I was extremely overworked. But the reason I could do that shit is because I had a very clear sightline of a need that needed to be filled, as well as like a deadline that needed to be hit. And I wasn't just constantly holding myself to task of like, hey, I want to do this thing. It was more like, this is something that I need to get done because people are relying on me, and that made it easy. And, you know, I'm not saying you have to trick your brain into thinking of it that way necessarily, but I do think that there is like a different sort of a difference in mental approach to the way you might do things for yourself, to bring them to the right level of priority or importance so that it feels easier to get it done. But again, yeah, it does come with some balance that needs to be struck, because, you know, as you're saying, NRD, like, it is a really easy way to burn yourself out, even if you are just going and going and going and going and going, like, you don't allow yourself to fill it, but eventually you're running on like adrenaline or whatever after a while, and, you know, you're not sleeping right, you're not eating right, and, you know, that's no way to just like live long term, because you will definitely damage yourself. I mean, I can tell you that from experience. Of years of doing that shit was very unhealthy. But there is a happy medium to find in the middle there, where you can be as productive as you want to be, or, you know, at least generally so, without necessarily like burning yourself out like crazy. And it's all, you know, it's easy big talk, because like I said, I still struggle with it, you know. But if it helps anyone currently in chat or watching this later, you know, to know that it's just a common struggle among folks like us, then, you know, that's nice at least. Alright, where the fuck am I going here? I can undo this one again, but... it seems like there's another one up here, but I don't think I can get a view of it from here. There must be another way over there. But... it seemed like this was the only path, though. Maybe it is. Am I missing a door somewhere? Can I climb something? 'Cause all that seemed to do was like lift that portion of it up. It doesn't seem to have like removed the rest of the debris. it's literally above me here. I thought it was like further out on the side. I thought I had to find a way up first to get to that one. Well, you can climb there. I feel like she should be able to climb back up a lot of those other, like, drop-down points. I get that it's just the way they've chosen to do level design is to have, like, these point-of-no-return sort of style drop-off sections, but it's very clear that she can pretty easily hoist over some other chest-high wall or something, so it's kind of weird when she can't do it elsewhere. Please. My kingdom for some pistol ammo. Alright, also my kingdom for less stutters.
What was that?
We got everything. I just thought maybe there might be a little bit more hiding down here, but it doesn't seem like it. Might need to make some torch fuel. See what we run into up here. I mean, this seems like it's going to probably be a little bit fighty down here, so... Just need the game to be slightly less stuttery, please. Instructions of handling. Attention all operations officers. 1. The segregation of workers manifesting signs of infection should proceed as followed. Infected workers should not have any contact with their uninfected comrades. All infected should be isolated in a specialized zone prepared by medical staff and approved by our military personnel. Workers are to be isolated away from zones to which access is provided by a Class S pass. So much more stuttering in this place. To find a fuse. I don't know. I think the little life reader is on the side of this gun too, because it should just be on both guns. I guess it's stuttery because it's got a ton of shit it's trying to render over there in detail. Should really only half render some of that stuff so that you can avoid that. So we're going to be over there in like 2 seconds. Alright, I'm going to make torch fuel since we're apparently full up on these. Still no ammo? Okay. I mean, we're in a freaking armory. Not that it's, you know, our, like, space age fucking futuristic ammo present here, but I just wish that we had some. Yeah, I guess I can make some at this point as well. Hey, Nightmare, how's it going, buddy? How you doing today? It's Good to see you. So I was making tea, but I can confirm that if you just keep going and don't put up boundaries, your body will do it for you. Going on 4+ years now being disabled because my body broke down and stopped functioning properly due to stress. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what'll happen to you in the long run if you don't put your foot down and actually make time for yourself. You know, I've certainly learned the hard way, but, you know, just to a point where I didn't really quite let it get quite as bad, I suppose. Although it did really kind of fuck me up a fair bit, just especially with, like, my sleep, because I'm still recovering from that. Sorry it's so stuttery here and there, y'all. I mean, it's not terrible, but...
There it is.
It's been pretty good up to this point. I think it's just because there's so much floating debris and stuff in here.
Heavily affected by the oddities. I will need counter-gravity traversal equipment to reach it.
Dropping in to say hi, but not for long. Bit of a rough past 2 weeks, but doing alright. Do feel pretty exhausted with all the events. I gotcha. Well, I hope that things get a little bit easier for you over the next little while. Keep seeing this game advertised for Switch, and I don't know if it was because it was a good game or there just aren't any Switch 2 games. Probably both. It might be a bit more the latter. But I think this game is, you know, so far this game seems really good, so I think that seems like a likely thing to want to advertise, but I suspect there's not really much in the way of Switch 2 games at this point. With all that said, I would be very suspicious of this running particularly well on a Switch 2, but we'll see. Portable incendiary charge capable of attaching itself to surfaces activated by motion detection. Okay, so we got proximity mine. So just shove that into your invisible pocket. Okay, so it's the same button as our torch, we just have to hold the button. I need some more ammo. Extra there, too. Playing a bit of Halo Reach and got back in Rune Factory 4. Gotcha. Alright, 14/9/1981. I managed to get between the workers. They understand that my presence can help what they are fighting for, so they quickly accepted me as their own. They are eager to share information and talk to me. Some even make sure I write down precisely everything they say. They are good people, but very confused. They've been locked in here for almost a month now, and there's no end in sight to the quarantine, and no explanations either. The authorities don't seem to care about their requests and protests. They say the workers can't leave the factory because of the quarantine and for their own good, but I feel that something much more sinister is going on here. People don't just disappear. Is that everything in here? Yep. Let's visit the workstation. Let's upgrade our handgun. It takes cores to upgrade the Pyre explosives. Another stability upgrade probably wouldn't hurt. I am trying to, like, not miss. charge speed also probably would be good. Let's go with charge speed for now. Okay, that seems like we're pretty good for the moment. Save it and then we'll listen to the Roomba. Oh, something here too. Oh, it's the fuse we needed back there. Alright.
I reached the factory in Sector B1 and located the time rift. It is beyond my reach. I need to equip myself adequately before I can continue. There is an outpost set up nearby by those who came here before me. It is located in the main control room. I might be able to find a solution there. Something that will allow me to reach the dive point and proceed with the extraction. Such is our calling.
Alright, I think we want to step onto that to start dealing with all of that stuff, but before we do, let me go place this fuse and see what that opens up down here. Also, I am still dealing with, like, the sinus stuff, so apologies if I sound kind of stuffy time to time. Fuse. This might be a whole nother side path. I wonder... keep doing this thing where I, like, don't quite check everything. I wonder if I can't use those like pads up there, because I think it's going to be like a jump pad. And I'm wondering if I need like to find a device or something first before it'll let me do it, because that other direction feels like there's going to be more that way than just like a couple rooms. Let's see. Yeah, I don't assume they want me to use the pyre on that. That would be weird. 'Cause that's the only other like new item we just got. And the fuse was right there next to this, so I assume they want me to go this way first. But it didn't exactly give me like an objective update either, so I don't know. This game gives me a bit of Dead Space vibes. Oh, for sure. It's very clear that, like, Dead Space had a little bit of influence on this, you know, Callisto Protocol, all that kind of stuff, but I was talking about it recently, or, well, the other day, because Callisto Protocol is a game I will never, like, stop complaining about, because so far this game has been really good. Callisto Protocol is a game that should have been really good, but was unfortunately squandered. All right, both of you are alive. Man, you're fucking tanky. Holy shit. Punched you like 6 times. Wish that was a medium, but we should probably look out for wall fuckers here now that we're back in Fleshwall City here. What? How'd that hit me there? God damn it. Fucking controller aim. We really armored up. Well, we will progress with what we have and hope to not die. We can buy a shell patch if we absolutely have to. Okay, you're not alive. You are alive. You're not alive. No, I wanted to move. Move. What are you doing? Get fucking stuck like crazy there. Just wanted to pick up the heal. Good God. She, you know, is definitely not the most graceful. To be fair, she is wearing a heavy-ass fucking time travel spacesuit thing, but a little unreal. Sometimes how much she'll just get absolutely fucking stuck on random fucking geometry. Like, to give you some perspective, I was just trying to back up, like, right into this hallway, and she got, like, right here and wouldn't fucking move sideways or anywhere. Like, I was just trying to, like, move backwards, strafe, anything. She was just like, nope, I'm just good right here. It's a nice pistol. Yeah, I like the gun in general. It's similar to Callisto Protocol. It does this thing where it keeps, like, the same weapon base, but then puts on, like, sort of a different barrel attachment for each gun. I'd really like to craft a heal, but I need ammo so much more. Keep an eye out for wall fuckers. Okay, you're alive. Which I don't appreciate, sir. You should all just be dead already. Are you an armored one? Shit. I don't know how I'm supposed to deal with these guys. Maybe we do the pyre on him. That's not good. I'm gonna go back. I need stuff. Thumbs up, need to sleep. Have a good stream. Hey, no worries. Have a good sleep nightmare. Hope you're... Oh, great. It's locked because of... Locked due to conflict. So the quality's dropping again. I don't know why. Shit. I don't know if we're gonna beat this guy. I don't really have resources. I have 5 bullets. 3 shotgun shells. He's kind of armored himself up, though, and I really need a torch. Guy's alive. What's on the table? I think it's ammo. What did I actually pick up there? I guess it was shotgun shells. I'm grateful that he's kind of just waiting over there, but I need fire. But I can't go back. Shit, you're alive too? Why so many armored individuals too? I have no idea how he hasn't really noticed me, but we're just gonna have to take a stand here and hope that the guns are gonna be enough. Is he glitched? Okay, well, I didn't really want to fight him glitched, but I'll take it, I guess. I just one torch fuel would have made a big difference here. Because I just really needed to burn away these corpses so he wouldn't armor himself, but then he ended up glitched anyway, so I guess it didn't really matter too much, although I probably had to waste a shot or two to penetrate the extra armor he was given. No wall fuckers in there, surprisingly. What else is in? People's Man, 1981. Finally, I was able to reach Gabriel Barica. I had to prove to the workers in his closest circle that I'm in fact a journalist and not a snitch or someone from the security service. It took me more than 2 hours to convince them, no wonder. To them, Barica is someone more than just a shift supervisor. They treat him as their leader, someone who represents their needs and makes their voices heard. I admit that his charisma is downright intimidating. It makes you want to listen. Apparently, the authorities allowed him to leave the quarantine on several occasions, but he refused every single time. He preferred to stay with his own. Brave? Maybe, but if he had taken up the offer, he probably would have had an unfortunate accident on the way home. Yeah. Gotten himself disappeared. Good, give me more ammo. I would really like... Oh, just give me everything. I need torch fuel. I could stand to use another pyre. I would love some health. Just whatever you got, give it to me. All of it works. That sounds like there could be wall fuckers in here, though. Yep, there's a dead one right there.
They rejected me. I warned them.
Something's wrong.
There's another one alive over there. Got a door that way. This might be for progress. Let me just see what that other door led to. It might have been a checkpoint. I don't know if I'd call this checkpointy. It's looking a little gruesome in here. Something's gonna like drop down or pop out of the wall. I think I hear a wall fucker though somewhere, like on the right side maybe. Oh no, it's the mouth. The enemies like to pop out of those too, which means I'd really love to have a torch fuel for this room. I do see like a big energy there though. But as soon as we go to grab that, it's going to be a problem. Okay, it's useful. Don't really need to heal just yet. We're not at full HP, but we're close enough. This place just keeps going. Alright, who wants to pop out of the weird mouth hole and try to... Oh. Worse than I thought. I knew it would be bad, I just... I thought it would be like one, maybe two enemies that might pop out like and just be like, oh look, all this biomass for me to use. And not that I would necessarily get locked in there. Alright, there's more to explore that way too, but let me just see what was in that other room too. Wait, I went the wrong way. Game, I would like more stuff, please. More ammo. More everything, as usual. Can't tell if I'm just hearing wall fuckers. Okay. I mean, they tend to make a lot of noise so that you know that they're there. Just don't know if I can get an angle on this one where I can shoot him before it's a problem. Okay, well the core is worth it, so I guess that was a necessary trip, even if it was just for that one item. Yeah, they really are quite noisy. They straight up make it sound like there's like an entire horde of enemies there. Shit, I'm stuck. No, I'm fucked. Of course he juked to the side of... No, fucking... There's one thing I don't like about the game's design. It's kind of the need for charging your shots all the time, because it's really easy to, like, accidentally kind of screw up the alignment of a shot, and then you want to just, like, cancel your shot, but then all you end up doing is just shooting an uncharged shot. Which just sort of sucks, because you're just wasting the shot entirely. I don't have any fuel at the moment. I could really use a checkpoint or something here. You don't go into the door where something is banging on it just yet. Alright, about time. Let's do this, so we'll get 2. Let's make more handgun ammo, because we're so low on everything at the moment. Pawn sacrifice. Attention all operations officers. Due to the increasing tension between our forces and the workers, you are offered to comply... you are ordered to comply with the following demands of the workers. Permit Citizen Baraka access underneath the main furnace to search for his missing team members. Permit an additional 2 volunteers to accompany his search efforts. Increase the monitoring of aforementioned citizen. Do not let him out of your sight. Note, we can't afford to have an uprising here, so we're forced to comply. We are on their side. We want their good. Intelligence Officer Marcin Zela. Burn that. We got stuff in there. What else is this way? There's way up, and then there's like a door over there. Yeah, it just gets like a little stuttery outdoors here. There's all this shit in this area. Oh, sick. Glad I checked here first. Put away our core for now. But we had shotgun shells in storage? Oh, that's right. I just stored some when I last got here. That's useful. Leave it at that for now. Save it and continue. I'm so tempted to just buy shit, but I really want to hold off. Try to really just kind of only spend money on upgrades when we can help it. Since the torch fuels, you only ever get one at a time, but since they're free from those checkpoints, like, you know, I often feel like it would be better to only ever craft ammo with our resources and never fuel, but you get the 2 fuel now, so sometimes it's of a greater value, and sometimes you just need the fire anyway. To the isolation zone. Okay. So we have all B, entry only with S-Class pass. go that way just yet. We have the isolation zone, and we have this thing that's being bonked on. Which we need a key for. Also burn this, so let's do that. Is there a tank anywhere nearby? Or I waste a torch fuel? Enemies are definitely going to spawn in here. Get out of here, you. You don't need no bots. This could be where the enemy spawns from. It's a big loot pile, though. I'm sorry, your face is armored? God damn it. Okay. Usually it's easy to tell when they have, like, they're armored when they have, like, the spikes on themselves, but I guess some of them have that kind of, like, almost stony exterior that's a little harder to see. Well, we wasted one shot not really knowing about the armor, but we missed one as well because he just suddenly juked to the right. This really feels like every shot counts, so it just hurts that much more when you miss. Polish steel, the foundation of socialist Europe. Alright, so this should be our only real way to go at this point. We got what seemed like a bunch of resources, but weirdly, I feel like we didn't get much. I think it was mostly just energy, I guess. Because I don't really have a lot more ammo. Maybe I think we got some shotgun shells, maybe. The bots always come out when I'm not paying attention. That's just how it is. There's a big stutter there. Something is loading. Bit of a room, I can already tell. Oh, my flashlight went out. But at least it got a little brighter in here. So we got a big one over there. There's no way he's going to be the only thing in this place. There's going to be a bunch more other enemies for sure. See a padlocked door. We should just go deal with everything in that room, but I just wanted to see what was out here quick. I don't know if anything's going to spawn out here, though. I kind of don't want to waste ammo on anything before we clear that room. I think it'll be okay, though. This is another keypad door. I don't see any resources. There's just military personnel only. Looks like, oh no. spend any ammo at all, but just let there be something easy to grab. I don't know. I don't really see anything. Let's just head back. I don't think I'm supposed to do anything with these just yet. I don't know when I'll get the ability, but probably soon. Oh, interesting. My flashlight is allowed to be on again since I left the room. Come on, run away. And she is so bad at moving sometimes. Fucking, could you take a hit, bro? The one criticism I have of the game, out of really anything, aside from just how easy it is to miss enemies sometimes because of all the charging you need to do, I'm not a huge fan of armored enemies because it's not that they're specifically damage resistant. The issue is that your shots just bounce off of them. And some of these enemies just become much harder to actually do any damage to, and when your resources are this precious, that just kind of feels like a slap in the face, sometimes.
Resources insufficient.
Heal. You know, all in all, things have been pretty good. I still maintain, but yeah, that's the only thing I don't like. I'm fine with the enemies being a little harder, so that they don't all just feel like some sort of pushover. Like I do think I should use that. I do think it's good for them to be tense and difficult to fight. But you know, it's just that with the way things move around and how long you have to take to charge your shots, when the armor just randomly causes your shots to bounce off, it just kind of sucks, because it just feels like a huge waste, and it's not overly your fault at that point. I mean, if I was playing on keyboard and mouse, my aim might be ever so slightly better, you know, but I kind of don't want to have to play on keyboard and mouse if I don't want to. We'll buy, I think. Alright, let's see. Explosion size. Stability. Fire. We can get another shotgun firepower upgrade. I think we'll go for that. We should be able to upgrade our core as well. Or our suit, I mean. Technically, we could upgrade the pyre as well if we want, like, a bigger suit limit for that in case we ever have two. But I still feel like inventory space is, like, kind of the biggest thing right now. Just general resource limit would be good, because we can only carry, like, 4 of chemicals and scraps, and it'd be nice if we could carry more. Mind you, it doesn't really matter because I'm constantly out of it anyway. Maybe a health upgrade would be good. I don't know if it'll give me more HP if I use this, though. But we could do, like, a pyre upgrade for the explosion size. And 1 suit integrity. Or just do the suit integrity and just save the other one for now. That might be the better call. I don't really want to upgrade my health all that much, but it's starting to feel more necessary because of how dicey some of these encounters are getting. It did heal me. Well, that makes me feel a little silly for using that heal then. But oh well. Live and you learn. Now we know next time that if we really need to, we could theoretically get a health upgrade for 2 cores or whatever, and also heal ourselves back to full. Wish they were a bit scarier. I think that the enemies, like, their design is scary enough. It's repetitive. Like I said, there's a reason I've kind of compared this to Callisto Protocol a little bit. It's because they, and like Dead Space, they share a lot of, like, kind of repetitive nature of certain things. Dead Space does a really good job, especially once you get into the sequels, of, like, adding more enemy types, but this game really mostly cycles through, like, a handful. But I will say this, each enemy in this feels, even though they're similar, they feel like it doesn't matter as much that they're kind of similar, because the gunplay most of the time is pretty good and things feel like tense. The reason why it sucks in Callisto Protocol is that every enemy fights exactly the same way, almost anyway, aside from very slight variations, because you're only using your guns if you have, like, a surplus of ammo, or you're in a very difficult situation. You might whip out a gun to kind of, like, quickly eliminate an enemy to deal with others. The rest of the time, you go punch, dodge, punch, dodge, 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 punch, punch, dodge, 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 punch. You know, it's not punch. It's, you know, swinging your crowbar / security baton eventually. But in the DLC, they give you this big power hammer thingy. But the point is, it's just this very fucking repetitive combat cycle of, this enemy has a slightly different combo, so you might have to do, like, your combo and then do the left-right dodge thing, like, 2 or 3 times before you can do your combo some more. But it just feels like this constant back and forth of, like, left, right, R1, 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 left, right, you know, R1, R1, R1. Like, that's it. That's all you do. Except for the occasion where you're gonna shoot to, like, do a quick shot or something to, like, help even the odds a little bit. So even though there's different enemies, they all work so, like, hyper similarly, there's almost no point in there even being different enemies. It's an enemy spawner. I kind of wish, I don't know, I wish you could, like, if I would know, you could, like, shoot those or something ahead of time to prevent an enemy spawn, but it doesn't work that way. Or rather, I don't know that it works that way, is what I mean to say. Ammo is always good. I really wish I had gotten that full heal first, but see you over there. I hate empty boxes more than anything in this game. Give me loot. I demand it. Stingy enough already. Just need to see this from a different angle. That looks like it'll burn that way, so we can save our torch, I guess. I wish I had, like, a way of igniting those that didn't cost ammo either. I don't think I can just smack it without hurting myself, so I'm not gonna do that. Like, if it even explodes when you try, if you try to melee it. But genuinely, every single bullet feels so precious. Alright, us and them, 12/10/1981. The lockdown on this entire steel mill appears to be tightening. It's hard for me to judge from the inside, but other men say that more troops are gathering around the steelworks. We need doctors here, not soldiers, damn it. They are forbidding us to leave our rooms. They don't want us to see what they're up to. Insiders say that the military found something here. Some even say it is the source of this fucking disease. Supposedly, Gabriel and 2 other men went under the main furnace to search for some missing workers, and that's when they saw it. I hope he didn't get infected. Indeed. The enemies feel like popping up all of a sudden. It's going to be a shortcut back to the start of the room. Okay, ammo is good. Makes me mildly concerned that shit's about to pop off, but we'll see. Still don't have any heals at the moment. Hall B clearance code. You have been authorized to enter the level S security area in Hall B. Do not share the following code with unauthorized personnel under strict penalty of incarceration. 364. Memorize the code, then burn this note immediately. Senior Officer Krzysztof Marzik.
Passcode found. 364. Data registered.
Okay. Surprised they let us out of the building without extra enemies. There are going to be more in here. This is isolatory. Alright, so hold on. Does this also open that code? No. Okay. So we do need another code for that. So is it now enemy time in this room, aside from the biggin? Huh. I expected that to be kind of a called shot there. I'm gonna go save it before we go to the next area. We still haven't died yet. I've reloaded once, but that was for a different reason. Not to jinx myself here, but I could buy another heal, but I just feel like it's so dumb that I already wasted the one. Just wait. probably should have been a little bit more conservative with some of my heals in general. Like, early in the game, I didn't really know exactly, like, how much health you'd be expected to have. And I probably healed on some yellow caution health that I didn't really need to. Not that it's a big deal, because using a small patch, even at that level, doesn't actually raise you all the way to full, so it's not like it was wasted. But I probably could have been saving one or two more. That being said, with all the inventory concerns, I don't think it was too big a deal. Alright, what do we got out here? Hearing lots of snarly shit, which means more wall fuckers probably. But also this guy. Wish there was like a stealth attack you could do. At some point I will figure out some optimal melee strats for some of these guys just to save a bullet or two. And by that I mean I won't necessarily only use melee on them, but I will do like what I just did there and combo in a couple of melee stomps or something for heavy damage. But you really need a lot of time to be able to do it because she does not move around very quickly. That guy's clearly alive. That one over there is. Over at the door is stuck open. You're armored too, which is not good. That's a big guy. Shit. How far can I walk into here without you attacking me? More big guys. What the fuck? That's like a big spiky acid spitter. Jesus. Maybe they won't attack. I don't know. If I just leave them alone, because I don't know that I have the resources to fight all these guys. We did just save, so I'm okay with experimenting a little bit. I'm just going to do my best to not touch any of them. Yes, I understand you are very ill, and I have no quarrel with you. Please don't get angry if I take this camera. Shit. Just trying to see if I can bring back like just this guy back here. Is he coming? I'm fine with fighting him. I just kind of want to see if I can just drag him back and then deal with him by himself and not the other enemies. So that they stay not aggroed, but I'm not sure it's going to let me. Okay, so the camera's a mistake. I don't know why you're considered armored there, but... Okay, sure, that didn't stun you at all. Okay, I don't... Oh, shit. I was gonna say, I don't know if the camera was worth all that. Fuck me. Oh, good. Even worse. He's evolved into one of those fuckers, and I've got nothing. What? How did... Oh. Alright, this is going to be a reload, probably, because I just don't have anything. Whether I reload or not, we can probably just consider this my first death, because, yeah, this room I just don't really know how to handle with the resources that I have. Like, this is the first time I've just kind of run up against it this hard. Alright, let's, where's the autosave actually put me? We'll call that a death. But yeah, I just don't have the ammo to deal with all that. Especially not if they evolve. It's weird too, because I thought I had burned away what was there, so I'm not sure why that guy got to evolve when he did. But for now, I guess we just decide maybe don't grab the camera until we're like either ready to take on all these guys or we're just ready to run through here or something if we can. Because it might be alright to grab that if we can immediately just run after to some other room or something. But if we need to come through here... especially if we need to come through here more than once, we really can't be dealing with that. These enemies are just far too tanky for us to be repeatedly dealing with the big tanks in the group. Don't know if picking up that other valuable will also maybe aggro them. Let's hold off. We'll experiment shortly. It sort of feels like what we ought to do, if I can find a good way to do it, is maybe just don't bother fighting things in here, but we need to get the camera and then that, like, space heater thing or whatever it is, and then just fucking run somewhere where it's safe to actually run to. Like, this will probably work, because that's like a safe room in there. Because I would certainly still like the loot, if possible. It's good energy, so... maybe don't. Don't run until you have to. Did we get everything else in here? I think... yes, I did. I thought maybe there was more, though. Alright, here goes nothing. We're just going to try to grab this camera, and then we're going to try to run and grab that little space heater thingy, whatever it's called. We have just enough room for both. Yep, I was right. They both aggro. So the big question now is just, will I be safe if I run into here, or are they going to follow me in? The music certainly stopped, so it's a good sign. That's probably kind of what you're meant to do, because, you know, that room is obviously just, it's a complete bullet sink, or just resource sink in general. Like, you don't really have the means to clear that room unless you gather everything up and try to use, like, mines to blow them up and your torches and just kind of shotgun them all down without them mutating or something. Because they already have, like, armored bits that are hard to shoot through or around, and if they mutate or evolve, whatever you want to say, like, they just get more armored, and it just makes them so much harder. Alright, Project Seraphim. Attention all operations officers, you are to immediately familiarize with the details of the Seraphim project and follow its protocol. Your assigned duties are to be carried out immediately. Move all the workers to the isolation zone. Communicate to the general public that the quarantine has entered its most critical stage. Grant medical personnel detailed by the protocol appropriate passes and escort them to Zone S. You are to cooperate with them, but in doing so, ensure that their activities do not exceed the boundaries set by the protocol. Senior Officer Sebastian Zick.
Solution developed. The local anomaly is of a gravitational nature. It makes traversal difficult, but can be used. I have found a necessary relic to do that. If I can find spare parts to repair it, it will help me reach the dive point. Heading to the isolation zone. Such is our calling.
Okay, so that's going to be for the, like, weird jump pad thingies. Space for the core. Let's go ahead and sell these items first. So that should give us 2 cores again, I think. Skip resources. There's a key. There's a medium heal. That's nice. You can't possibly use this, right? Yeah, okay, it counts what you have in your stash. I was gonna say, there wouldn't really be any advantage to having a bunch of torch fuel in the stash anyway, but it would be a cool way to get around the 1 torch fuel limitation thing that it does. Alright, what do we want? Inventory slot limit for the pyre, maybe? So do another health upgrade or something. Burning time for the flamethrower would also still be kind of useful. It doesn't quite go up to like 2 or anything though. It'd be kind of cool if it went from 1 second starting to like 1.5, and then from there to 2 seconds. Maybe they just figured that was too much, so the caps out at 1.66, but I just feel like it could maybe be a little bit more. Because it does do some damage over time, I think, but moreover, it makes them vulnerable for you to do more damage once you get the one phylactery thing. As well as burns armor off of them and all that kind of shit, so... But yeah, for now I think we can go ahead and do this. And I think I want a stability upgrade. We could do a clip upgrade too. It's only one bullet, but it's probably better off getting the clip upgrade for the shotgun, honestly. Can we do both? Yeah, we can. Let's go ahead and do that. This kind of technically allows us to carry just a little bit more ammo with this. But it is good to know upon testing as well that it also doesn't, oops. It also does not, refill your weapons for you when you upgrade the capacity. Steelworks Master Key. Maintenance Technician Key opens most of the rooms in the facility. Hopefully we can just go back around from like a looping thing here. I think that's going to be the case, because if we have to go back through that quarantine room we just passed through, it's going to be a little rough, I think. Okay, well that apparently we can't go through just now, so... There was another way over this way, I think. Oh, I read this. Yeah, okay. I mean, they might have more or less reset to the point of, like, gone back to where they were largely sitting, but they're probably wandering at this point. I don't overly like that the music started back up immediately as soon as I got out here. Yeah, these guys are very aggroed still. They don't seem to know how to path to me at the moment, though, so... Have I been down there? Yeah, I guess so, because that's how I got over to there. Okay. No loot. How's it going, Karate? Hope you're doing well. Oh boy. See that. You're one of those crawlers, I think. Lots of energy. At least, like, the energy amounts are kind of picking up a fair bit, I think. Like it's, yeah, which is expected. Like you just, like any game, you'll just get more currency in higher amounts as you go, but okay, there we go. I was stuck on something. I may have to shoot these ones because I'm not sure if I can really step into there without triggering those. A big chain reaction. I am happy for it because as few of these as I have to actually shoot, you know, the better. I'm just looking for stuff now, but is this progress or just optional stuff? Inventory space. Because the key's taking up space too. This is what I mean. Inventory space is at just this constant premium. Well, definitely unlike the beginning of the game, I don't intend to waste anything whatsoever to make space for shit. So we'll just have to come back for that. Deal with that in a second. Isn't even really necessary to burn that away unless it's blocking something else. Doesn't seem like it though. I feel like I still hear more of these little green pustule thingies because they have kind of a specific sort of, that sort of like groaning plastic sound to them. Like they're under a lot of strain, sort of, before they pop. Should have moved the pipes out of the way. If we end up using our torch fuel or the pyre or whatever, we'll go back and grab that power bank. I guess another reason why this game kind of like reminds me of Callisto Protocol, aside from just the more obvious themes of things, is also just because of like the resource limitations. Because compared to Dead Space, like Dead Space 1 is pretty survival horror. The later ones are still survival horror, but they do kind of start to get a little bit more actiony, but moreover, especially the third one having like one ammo type that you just kind of divvy up between all your guns instead of it just being individual ammo types depending on what guns you're carrying. Like that's kind of one of the big differences, because I feel like you're kind of given enough, or maybe even slightly more than enough ammo in Dead Space, unless you kind of do things weird and carry weird weapons or something and don't use them very efficiently. You might run yourself out of ammo in Dead Space 1 a bit. Because usually, like, in all of the games, or at least the first two games, when you have different ammo types, you'll just be like, oh, I'm running low on ammo for this gun, so I'll just use this gun for a little bit. And that's true of most survival horror games, but usually it's like when you have that kind of situation, you'll be only switching very temporarily, and sometimes you don't want to switch because you're trying to save the ammo from that other gun for like harder enemies or whatever. That's kind of the case for Callisto Protocol in this game as well, but the thing is that the ammo for all of your weapons is so heavily limited that like you almost feel like you don't want to shoot at all, except compared to Callisto Protocol, like the main thing about that game is like you're kind of meant to just melee shit anyway, so it doesn't really matter, which is why it doesn't really feel like anything. Whereas in this game, you can melee, but it's not a good idea to be trying to like stomp and punch things all the time, because you don't really stagger them very easily. So it's kind of more of like, you know, you really got to make your shots count rather than it just sort of feeling like a tacked on thing with the game like it is with Callisto. Alright, Darkness Upon Dawn, 10/11/1981. Gabriel has vanished. He simply evaporated without warning. Some say he was taken to the hospital because of his deteriorating condition, but it's more likely that the soldiers just blew his head off and hid his body somewhere in the back of the factory. Gabriel Barrica disappeared, and with him our last chance to leave this fucking place. The trains are not running anymore, otherwise I would still hear them. At night, only trucks drive up to the plant gates. I can smell their exhaust fumes as I try to sleep. One thought keeps me up. Why did I even come here in the first place? Shortcut would be good if it means... Yeah, okay. Let's store something and go back and grab that like energy bank really quick. Let's see. Look this way. Go. It'll let me through. There we go. Yoink. Alright, so that'll be worth another good bit of money. You can kind of have her sprint into most contextual things, or, you know, run. and she'll just do it automatically, but not with those, like, shimmy maneuvers where she's, like, squeezing between stuff. She kind of just gets stuck instead. Alright, oh, the shell patch did come back. We did get, another one back. So I guess they do replenish, although I'm not sure what triggers the replenishment. Because I thought the handgun ammo was 6 before, but maybe we just have to buy more of it for it to eventually replenish. I don't know. But that does seem to indicate that we aren't, like, fully limited at least, so that's good. I don't know that we would need shotgun stability. Charge speed is probably going to be worth it, though. Should we get that now? Be better to have more charge speed on the pistol first. But this thing does take kind of a long time to charge. Let's go for it. More stability on the pistol will be very, very useful at some point, too. I think I'm going to bring my heal that I stored with me, and I'm going to leave myself at max shotgun shells that I can carry as well. I think the room out here might be a bit of a fight. We'll see. Gotta come back and store stuff, that's fine. I see multiple, or at least 2 different tanks to burn, so... I haven't seen a cat in a while. Hopefully I didn't miss one. Shit, I'm stuck. Dead end. Oh, this is the first time I've actually killed something to fire. At least that does confirm to me that it deals damage to them and it doesn't just make them vulnerable. Alright, wasn't too bad. I don't minded a little extra ammo out here, but seems fine. I can't get back up now, though, so we have to hope to find another fuel. Maybe the cats don't like this kind of environment. I mean, I wouldn't blame them. Doesn't seem very nice for a cat. Nice place for a cat to be. Changing. Promotion through replacement. Attention all operations officers. As of today, Dr. David Zybert takes over the duties of the chief of physician in Zone S. His Class S pass will be maintained until further notice. Senior Officer Bernard T. Stein. Isolation Zone Clearance Code. Due to the withdrawal of the entry permit to the Isolation Zone for certain medical personnel, we issued passcodes to guarantee maximum safety. From now on, all personnel with appropriate safety clearance must report to the Hall B outpost to receive a single-use code for each entrance. Your single-use code is 729.
Passcode found. 729.
No, I don't think you
Data registered.
quite made it there, buddy, but thanks for the code. Okay. Secrets. Agent Cutter's in. There's a really bad clowning by basement. Okay. I am still curious about the significance of these comic books that we keep finding. It's cool. I'm glad I found that little secret there. Just figured there had to be something else to do since the anomaly there didn't go away after we used it, so there'd be some reason to have it in both positions.
So long. Always alone.
Alright. Maybe this will loop back around. Yes. This takes me back to the original one, I guess. I don't think there's any need for us to backtrack in the other direction, so... This all seems fine. I guess we can make torch fuel, but I think I'll just take the freebie for now and save our resources. We gotta move around and unlock more shit so we can get rid of this key. Let's see, so I guess it was back out this way then. I think we want to be going this way, but I'm just checking. Because we came down the ladder here. There's this... maybe it's not a big deal. We need to just make our way back to that mid-checkpoint. Because that's where the other, like, locked door was, I think. Just don't know if it's going to hit us with some new enemy spawns on the way. I hope this doesn't take me back through the, like, medical quarantine area that we left all those enemies alive in. definitely be a bigger problem. Alright, let's see. There was a couple of rooms this way, but one of them is this checkpoint thingy. Showers. Like, I see an enemy out there is the thing. This is where we need to go. I guess I could sprint for the checkpoint for now. I just don't know if those are enemies that somehow made their way back from where we were, or if those are just new spawns, because they might be new spawns. Wait, did I? Oh, I just went the long fucking way around, didn't I? I don't know why I thought this was a different checkpoint. Whoops. I guess we don't need to save it again. It was I thought I was making my way to a different checkpoint, but it's because I forgot that this just leads to the other side of the same checkpoint. The guy's fully evolved and armored and everything, which is grand. I just don't know where to shoot these guys is the problem. But, you know, if you give me enough time, buddy, I'll just keep burning you. The problem is, like, when they get this armored, there just don't seem to be a lot of weak points on them, and I don't really know where I should be aiming. But I will absolutely make use of scum tactics. Where'd you go? Here? Because, like, every bit of him seems armored. I don't know where to shoot. Every time I shoot an armored enemy, the shit just bounces off, so it feels like I gotta shoot you or just burn you, but... Like, I'm sure there's probably a way to shoot them just fine. I just don't really want to experiment by wasting ammo is the problem. Okay, well, that part of his back is open, I guess. I hope this fire is doing some damage. It should be. Yeah, straight up give me a flamethrower for these armored ass individuals, because is this gonna go away or what? It's lingering a long time. Well, I was gonna burn it away, but I'll try to anyway. Okay, finally you fucking died. Sorry, I know that was like mega coward strats, but like I just, again, the ammo is so precious, I just don't really know what else to do when they get that evolved. Usually the games have not so subtle hints about where to shoot. The problem is, like, I can tell generally, usually, where their, like, not so armored portions are, but sometimes it'll fool you. You'll be like, oh, maybe I should just shoot it in its arm where it's all, like, tentacly and, you know, that's, like, gotta be fleshy tendrils. But then you do that and you just hear, like, the metallic ricochet noise, like, oh, okay, I guess that's armored too. And then you look for any, like, kind of reddish, fleshy bits on their body. It's like, this is gray, that part's gray and spiky. You know, so you're just looking for parts that are exposed, and there's, like, almost none. And it just kind of makes it really hard to tell on a couple of these models, like, where you should shoot. And because ammo is genuinely so precious, like, I just don't want to waste the ammo trying to figure it out. Like, it's fine. We were able to use, you know, coward strats to just get through it anyway, so I don't really care, but though we probably wasted like 1 or 2 shots maybe, I don't know. I should probably save it again. So that those guys don't respawn if we have to reload. That'll do. So we have the key to this door, and there might have been one other locked door yet, and then also there was like another isolation area in that direction. I guess that was the last one. Now, there was stuff banging on this door before, so there's definitely gonna be enemies to fight in here. All stuff coming from the mouth spawners, I guess. Sole witness. Attention all operations officers, we have decided to give in to the doctor's request and transfer the inmate to Unity Hospital. There, as soon as his condition improves, we will continue to interrogate him on matters concerning the asset. Note, if his supporters demand his reinstatement and the situation becomes unmanageable, we authorize the use of non-lethal force against them. Okay, so they're talking about Barika, I think. Barika. I might try to grab shit and run out here, since we're not that far from the save station. We can just, torch some fools and run. Oof, this is kind of not great, though, because I really would realistically like to make something with my scrap so I can pick up this other scrap. I guess we could just make the torch fuel, but it just feels like a bit of a waste. Well, just fuck it. Just make extra pyres to carry. Now I can't carry the fucking core. Alright. And they're not going to spawn in until I loot that core as well. I could place mines, but again, what I want to do is utilize our coward strats here. We will store these pyres in a moment, since they're just surplus anyway. Keep the other two. And then what we're going to do is grab the core, and then as shit spawns in that room, unless we get locked in there, which might happen, which is the only reason I'm not saving it, so that I can just kind of redo it. all in one go. I don't see that we would get locked in there though, because it's not one of the electrical doors. Nothing? Really? I was so ready for that to be a big ambush. I'm still just gonna go put the core away anyway, but they have the little like spawner mouth thingies in there, but works for me. Save that for later. I guess just keep the rest. Write your save. Alright, so now we just have to make our way to the other quarantine zone, which I think was that way. I hope that doesn't mean we have to go through the tent area because, again, we left a big pile of enemies angry over there, so. I think that was through here, though. Yeah, I can literally see all the curtains. Friendly there. Is now going to be the time when this gets all locked down? Still no. Okay. Alright. This is the place. Fight something big out here. I don't know, maybe something to do with the big pillar of what appears to be the biggest human centipede ever. Oh, hi. Okay, I don't know why nothing happened just then. You can hear that, like, metallic noise that happens when I, like, shoot their armored portions. Like, that guy, you know, with the spikes, they just kind of have armor everywhere, so you just sort of have to shoot kind of wherever you can. Hope that it kind of gets some penetration, but well, that used up our torch. Can't make another one because I need one more scrap. I don't like having to keep going back all the time is the thing. I'm trying to not just do that repeatedly. They're throwing some kind of nasty enemies at us at the moment, which makes me feel like I should run back and grab whatever torch fuel or whatever that I can. But I don't think we're necessarily closed off in here. We can probably backtrack if need be. Alright, If they have an exposed leg at the very least, which they don't always, but sometimes they do, it feels like that's not too hard to get kill out of. And I just wish more boxes dropped ammo. I feel like early game that was kind of a thing that they did, but now it just doesn't really seem to happen anymore. I'm also really trying not to spawn in every enemy from one of these mounds possible, but I keep walking, or having to walk too close to way too many of them to avoid that. Something big for me to fight. Well, there's gonna be something now, right? We just got a big pile of loot. What? Okay. Did not hear that guy. One thing I would love this game to sometimes do... what was I going to say? Hold on, let me just focus up for a second. Torch feels nice. Okay, I really want to kill both of you in one shot and not waste any extra ammo. Okay, what was I gonna say? I don't know, I've already forgotten. I was so focused on not taking damage. Oh, we got a freebie torch fuel in there, which is nice. I think I will heal. Even if it's a little bit of a waste. Probably not much of a one, though. So we're a bit yellow. And usually when you're a little bit lower caution, you don't end up at full HP anyway, so we're at full, or roughly at full now, so that's fine. I don't know, there was something I was going to say about a thing I would love to see the game do. Maybe... Oh, something just crawled over there, like on the ceiling. I don't remember what it was, though, that I was trying to say at all. I think that's going to be progress. All right, what's over here, then? I don't know. The only other thing I can remember was saying that I wish more boxes dropped ammo. Because I feel like that was happening in the early game, but I could be misremembering. Oh well. Like, that little segment we just did with all the, like, ambushers, like, that one was fine, because those are, like, the super weak enemies. And even though the game didn't really give me more ammo to utilize, well, I mean, it did drop a little, I think, but it was just from an enemy drop. I like that it, you know, gave me the usage of like those explosive respawning barrels. You know, I wouldn't mind if the game did more stuff like that a good bit of the time. Just because, again, when resources are so limited anyway, like it just seems like it's nice when you can kind of utilize environmental stuff to your advantage. And even if it's not like, you know, the weakest of enemies that are just going to get one shot by any sort of explosive barrel. Even the previous fight where we had like those two big tanky boys, but they let us spawn in some explosives, that made fighting them a lot easier. We still used shotgun ammo and stuff on them, but we didn't have to use as much as we otherwise would have. And again, not every encounter should be that way either. But I just feel like most of the encounters we have tend to be a lot more focused on the, like, just spend every little last piece of ammunition you have and hope to not die. Which, for the most part, has been good. Like I said, I've been liking the tight balance, but every once in a while we run into, like, a situation where we just aren't really going to be able to overcome those odds if I miss, like, even just one shot. Or, you know, we just get one of those ridiculously armored enemies that are just like, how the fuck are you supposed to die without me, like, just having, like, a fuck ton of flamethrower fuel at my disposal to burn you and keep you staggered and try to find some place on your body to shoot you where my bullets don't just get reflected, you know, off into the ether. Because as much, you know, as I enjoy, like, some enemies being harder and having, like, that as kind of a simple version of enemy variety, I do hope we'll get more enemies as we go still, of course. But yeah, like, the armored enemies are probably kind of the least fun to fight generally, just because you really have a hard time actually doing anything to them unless you hit them just the right way. Which often means pulling out the shotgun and just hoping for the best. So that's a patch we can't really carry. I need to... the core. We need to just come back when we have space.
Once again, I've got to say, I'm very proud of you. From the moment you came to me, I knew you were an exceptional student. But I didn't think it would cause me to work with a professional of such mastery in the future. Forgive me, it's just good to see you back. In those darkest of times. See you tomorrow. Have courage.
Also, we can't be all that far into the game yet, I think. Ooh, I got a twofer there. For a second there, we'd have an inventory space free, but it's probably for the best. I really kind of need to have space for ammo at the moment. We'll come back for the core in that extra patch as soon as we find a checkpoint, or otherwise we run out of other stuff in the inventory so that there's more room. Okay, yippee, more of those. Although I did just make space without really thinking about it. Put the the flamethrower, so we'll need to probably make some more of those or see if we can get our hands on one quickly. I guess we'll just go ahead and make some. Okay, that seemed worth it. Right back to having a full inventory, but, you know, full of good stuff at least. Alright, so again, just remember we have a core and a shell patch in there. So we had better be able to backtrack to this or I'm going to be annoyed. Oh. No, wait, don't run off, cat. This place is dangerous for you. I'll catch up. Hey, Red, how's it going? 'Tis good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I don't see the anomaly from here, so we're probably gonna have to cross over to the other side this way. Great, more quarantine curtain areas. As long as it's not absolutely fucking chock full of enemies like that other one was, it's fine, but... well, mostly fine.
Even the isolated begin to change. We need to conduct detailed laboratory tests on their bodies. Those who survive the first stages of the disease, they merge with each other. It's as if their cells want to create some kind of direct symbiosis. No, it's more than that. It's kind of evolved metabiont. A biological being composed of other beings. Science knows of such cases. But amongst mosses, lichen, or fungi, not humans.
I know some people will hear that and just immediately be like, it's The Last of Us, Case by case, I've got to write this down somewhere to get it out of my head. How many individuals can merge while still persevering vital functions, mobility, consciousness? Dr. Zybert tells us to stay focused and deal with the patients case by case, but nobody seems to think about the next phase. What happens if we don't find a solution and people continue to merge? If we can't separate the already merged, what will become of us? Are we gonna end up fighting some big, like, merged thing at some point? Like, I know that we've been kind of fighting... the individual orphans often have, like, multiple, like, heads and shit sometimes, but I don't know if that's because of mutation or if it's because they've been merged already, but I'm still waiting for us to fight some, like, big, like, extra big abomination. Common symptoms. Thorough analysis of all 121 patients, patient case summaries confirms several common early symptoms: high fever, cold shivers, fainting, loss of appetite, numbness of the limbs, visual hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, and severe eyesight deterioration. The subsequent disease stages involve purulent skin lesions. The pores on the skin secrete a thick fluid. Tentative laboratory analysis indicates that these secretions facilitate adhesive properties of the affected individuals' bodies. As of yet, research is unable to determine whether the process is reversible. It doesn't seem overly like it would be once your body and its biomass has merged to the point of you being one big goo lump. I don't know how you would quite reverse that. Okay, so that's going to be our next abomination is Wall Crawler Spidey Man. All right, before we go any further, because we might be about to fight it, I need to take a really, really quick restroom break, so give me just 1 minute, y'all. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Apparently the bots decided to wait until I was going to go to the bathroom for their next little bot snipe. Sorry, let me just dismiss my other notification here. It's been sitting there. All right, there we go. Yes, the best viewers are already here. Indeed. Didn't I see something about a new horror movie where the zombies are sticking together and merging? Yeah, the Train to Busan director, I think, or creator, I should say. I don't know if it's the director. Is making a new one called The Colony. I think that's probably what you're referring to. I will say the trailer was a little bit funny. At least I think it was for The Colony. I'm pretty sure. Because, like, so there's been the Train to Busan. Then there was a very similar, I think, based on the same source material. There was an animated film called Seoul Station. Just Colony. Okay. Seoul Station basically plays out very similarly to Train to Busan, but it's like an animated film. Also good. And then after that, they made kind of an unofficial sequel, like set in the same universe, kinda, I guess, called Peninsula, but it really has nothing to do with Train to Busan, and it's not as good by most people's standards, as far as I could tell. I've only seen like some small clips from it. I've never actually watched Peninsula. But yeah, so the new one coming out is Colony. I don't know that it has anything to do with the Train to Busan like zombie universe. I think it might be a different thing. Because the zombies in it, if you watch the trailer, they seem to all excrete some sort of white fluid. I at first thought it was maybe a trailer decision. Like, you know how a lot of trailers will get edited to like turn like blood more of like a brownish color so that, you know, it gets past like various censorship. I thought they were doing the same thing at first, but genuinely, I don't think that's the case. It just seems like the zombies are like coming everywhere. Like they're cumbies. I'm sorry. They're genuinely just spewing fucking white fluid everywhere. I don't think it's intended to be like a funny thing either. It's just like a little, maybe we should have put a little bit more thought into the color of this goop that these zombies seem to emit, excrete, whatever. Because I think it's supposed to be similar to it being some sort of like liquid fungal thing, maybe. But yeah, just the fact that there's like white fluid everywhere just it's like hard, it's like impossible to ignore that particular detail. All right. All right, amidst the storm, where the fuck is Zybert? If those idiots don't stop fighting with each other soon, we will have an outbreak on our hands. I can't supervise this quarantine by myself. I don't think we're going to make it.
I have never encountered anything like this before. The disease seems so strange that it even escapes standard classification. All the information we gathered during the early analysis seemed to indicate that it is a virus, but it doesn't act like one at all. We don't know how it transmits. We don't know how it mutates. It's as if it came from a world with different biological laws. Or was brought, rather. He must be the answer.
Didn't see the trailer yet. I read about it and looked it up on IMDb. It sounds hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, you should watch the trailer. Like, it might still be a good horror movie. It's just like I said, it's impossible to ignore that in the trailer. Instead, like, there's clearly like bloody faced zombies and stuff. So again, unless they've gone to a very different sort of length of censorship to recolor everything, and instead of like going with like the sort of brown color they typically do to color wash blood out of trailers. Because, like, all the zombies, like, they still look very, like, bloody and everything, but then there's just all this fucking white fluid everywhere. Just like, oh no. Where the fuck is Spider-Man? We're probably gonna have to fight Spider-Man or Spider-Mens for, the part that's gonna let us use these, jump pad thingies. Workers' demands. We workers of the New Dawn steel plant, fully aware of the dangers of the epidemic situation, do not agree with the conditions under which our quarantine is taking place. The conditions under which we are being held violate all civil conventions and human rights. Our non-negotiable demands: 1. Reconnect telephone lines. 2. Allow all factory workers to contact their families at any given time. 3. Release Gabriel Barica from his cell. 4. Reinstate Gabriel Barica as shift supervisor. 5. Ensure continued health status updates for our sick colleagues. Workers of the New Dawn steel plant. Seems like that's how I consume movies nowadays, just looking up on IMDb. Honestly, that's pretty common, like when you just don't really have time, and even if you do have time, but you're just not really feeling inclined to, like, watch an entire movie. You know, like, movies just don't really feel as convenient as they used to. Because not only are so many movies, like, they all have to be, like, fucking 2 hours long now. That's not the case for all of them, but a lot of them. And I say 2+, really, not just 2. It's just that, like, it always feels like a big investment, and the world moves so fucking fast these days. You just always kind of like, you know, I'd rather just get my piecemeal shit this way. And that's not a healthy way of doing things necessarily. Like, you shouldn't be, like, scrolling on your phone as a compromise, because you're just going to waste a similar amount of time, like, doom scrolling, even if you're not intending to doom scroll, but you can't get away from the slot machine that is YouTube Shorts or something. But if you're just, you know, watching other things, or you spend your time on Twitch, or you do this, you know, maybe you get a particular type of value from that you just don't really get from movies, except for, like, the occasional movie you really want to see, right? Because that's how it is for me. It's the same thing. Like, I rarely watch movies anymore, and instead, if I have an interest, I'll be like, let me just look it up on IMDb or Wikipedia or something and just see what happened in the movie, you know? And I might, like, see some clips or something. I don't really have a lot of interest in sitting down to actually watch that movie. Here goes my flashlight. I don't know why my flashlight goes out so frequently when it's about, you know, time to fight something. But again, that could allude to this all being in our mind or something. So we got a nice save right here, and we're getting some geared up for stuff. I need to see if I can backtrack, though, for that core patch. Ooh. Modified sword variant, which exchanges the charging ability for a full auto firing mode. I don't know if I like that. I thought it was going to be a new gun altogether. Maybe it is. It might just be like, here's your machine gun instead of your pistol. Yeah, it is. I mean, I guess. It still takes up a room, though, which is annoying. I wonder if I can store it. Because the thing is, it uses the same ammo, I think, and I just don't know how I feel about that. It's probably going to be good against certain enemies. Am I allowed to store it? Yes. Okay. Let's just do that for the moment. I'll bring it into the boss room. But it just feels like I'd just be using my ammo way faster in a way that isn't necessarily going to be good. Let me just quickly see if I can backtrack to that extra core and patch. I don't know if I can, because I don't remember if I did any jump downs or anything. I mean, I have to be able to get back to it in some way, I'm sure. At least I hope. I do think that some stuff in this game has got to be missable if you progress to a certain point because of the linear fashion the game is designed. So if you don't pick up an item in a particular place, then you're going to lose that item if you progress too far. But as far as, like, the overall level design is concerned, I think you generally shouldn't be missing much if you're just exploring. There we go. Pretty sure I got everything from over here. Pretty much how it is for me right now. There's also movies I wouldn't really want to see, but I'm curious about. They're really fucked up ones. Yeah, I mean, whether it's effed up or not, if it's something that I just, like, am curious to know what happens in it, but I don't think I'll be entertained by it, or that I just won't enjoy it for one reason or another. Like, a lot of the recent Marvel movies, for example, well, even those I don't generally, like, actually even bother reading the synopsis for, but like, there's some I might watch, but most of them I just kind of pass now because I'm just, like, the writing has gotten so shitty in them. Like, I just didn't really feel like being invested anymore after, like, a certain point. Like, basically once they got into, like, doing some of the first, or, like, the I don't know, like, the Endgame and Infinity War, like, Avengers shit, like, that was about the point where things definitely took a turn quality-wise, I think, in their writing, like, after that stuff for a lot of their content. Not all of it, but very much that I just was kind of like, yeah, I don't really feel invested in paying attention to any of this stuff anymore. So I might read up on some of it. Or so just things like that. If I know that I'm unlikely to enjoy it, then I might read it just to be like, well, I'm still intrigued enough to know what happened, but I am not intrigued enough to want to watch it, to spend my time with it. should probably upgrade the dagger at some point. You have to have the item on you, apparently. So apparently we're hitting like firepower caps though, because, well, just upgrade caps in general, because you need to progress to a certain point, I guess, before it lets you continue, because we have all of this, but it won't let me go any higher. Should probably just go ahead and max out the damage on this thing. Explosion size, burn time, resource limit is probably going to be a good one to have. Let's go ahead and do that at this point. I know we didn't actually upgrade the dagger at all. I don't know if I have enough to do anything. Need just a little bit short of a stability upgrade, but that's okay. I'll take it with me for now, but we may not end up really using it much. I'm not sure how useful a machine gun's going to be in this game. I was kind of surprised that they would give us one, honestly. And charge shots seem so important, and ammo is so scarce. Oops.
Adapted to the conditions here, which gives them a strategic advantage. The underground has become a safe place for them to multiply unhindered. If I do not stop their accumulation, they will pose a terminal threat to my successes. Destroying the nest is now a priority. My target will have to wait for those who awaken after me. Such is our calling.
Yeah, no, I'm same. I just haven't really been in a big movie watching mood either. Every once in a while there's certain stuff, but that's about it. Alright, well, they've definitely geared me up for this, so I don't know if the dagger was going to be the better thing to use, in which case not upgrading it might have been a bad choice. You shoot all you want, the New Dawn stands tall. It was the flashlight again. Okay. Wasn't anywhere else to be able to squeak through over here, right, to get loot? I think so. I mean, we can see all this this space on the other side of these, but I can't, like, hop over them. I think that's another traveler over there, the one that we've been hearing in the voice log thingies. I don't know if I'll be able to really look out for the spider guys ahead of time, like if they can hide. Alright, sorry, 1 second, y'all. People don't usually message me on this thing, but I gotta check it real fast. Alright, I'll just respond to that later. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be able to like spot any of these guys in the distance. They may just kind of like appear like so. Took a little bit of damage from the acid there. Not too much, thankfully, but... Fuck you. Of course you have a juke ability. Yeah, let's make more handgun ammo. Of course, now it wants to give me ammo out of boxes. Since we're in like a set piece. Let's not step on the mouths. I don't know that those things can actually... Sorry. I don't know if you guys are hearing those messaging noises. Let me just respond. Finally, your email backups are uploaded. You like Nextcloud, but it can be really slow in uploading files. Honestly, most things are kind of slow if you have like a lot to upload. Like some stuff is faster, don't get me wrong, but you want to make sure that it's actually appropriately like uploading the data and also checking for things as well, like for security stuff. Then it's fine for it to be a little slow. But obviously when you're in a hurry with it, it's not really convenient is all. Presumably we're going to need the device for that, so we still got to get to the dude's body, but I think we can just get there right here. Gravity boots. Mass manipulating equipment that allows the user to harness the power of the anomaly in order to traverse against gravity.
Acquired the gravity boots. Heading back to the rift.
There's like a few different places where we'll probably want to use these. I don't know if the game will lead me to all of them, or if I should be paying attention. Okay. Full-on perspective flip. All right. L2 aim. Okay. Whee! That's very Dead Space 1. Although, I mean, it's a different execution, but... That's all good on it. Compared to my other cloud storage provider, filing is a lot slower, or that's a lot slower compared to it, yeah. Understandable. Whee! Well, that's fun. One thing I definitely like don't miss about the original Dead Space 1 is how slow the gravity jump stuff like that used to be when you were like trying to stick to different platforms. It was very rigid, and to be fair, it's just kind of a product of its time, but they definitely, that was one big change in the remake of Dead Space 1. They brought in the hover in 0G that you get in the latter two games. They put that in the remake instead of the jump. All right, the final straw. The workers think that it was us who started it. They think we killed Gabriel Barica, but the madness began after the uprising. It was us who were the keepers of peace in this shithole of insanity. But no matter who started it, this has to end. At 0800, we seize the cafeteria, break their last stand, we'll drag them out by their ugly mugs. Okay. Today's the night. It's time to pull the bars out of the fucking walls. I have nothing left to lose anyway. None of us has. That's why they should be afraid of us, and they will be. Okay, this is where we were before, but I don't think I got that note. I went through here last time. Okay, I'm gonna test this dagger really quick and reload the game. I just want to see what the rate of fire on it is like, for one. It's not bad, but I just don't know that it's really a super good weapon for what we're dealing with. Like, ideally, we want to use... I mean, there might be certain enemies that it'll be better for. But it just seems like it's a little counterintuitive because, like, it just feels like it would just be kind of a waste of ammo to use it. I guess I wish I could kind of see, like, the stats on it. Yeah, I suppose I technically can from here. Well, maybe not. I think it's more just relative to what it has. Like, my current firepower on this is 100, and this is 105. So it could be that this is a little bit stronger, but obviously the charge shots are going to do more than that, like 100. So I still just kind of feel like right now the dagger just feels like kind of a strange choice to include. Maybe if at some point we feel like we always have like a big abundance of handgun ammo, maybe it'll be different or something, but as it is right now, I feel like it would just be a giant waste to use. So I could be making a bit of a mistake here, but I think I'm just going to store it for now. It does have 8 bullets in it for the moment, so, you know, we can always use it later if we need to. Yo, Brett, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 11 months, dude. Good to see you. How are you? Alright, I guess the rest can stay. Maybe we should take the patch with us, though. Didn't I just pick up a patch, though? Wait, did I didn't reload the wrong save, did I? No, this has to be the right save. But I thought I picked up a heal on my way out. A little confused why it's not in my inventory. Hold on. How goes Cronos? Pretty good. I'm enjoying my time with it. It's, It feels kind of like a little bit of a mix between, like, Dead Space and Callisto Protocol, but, I'm enjoying it a lot more than Callisto Protocol, that's for sure. That game is a game that I will forever rant about, but it's a game that had so much potential and it was very, very squandered. Yes, I'm having a good time. Have I have gotten anything else from up here? Probably not. Just drop down. Callisto Protocol was awful. Didn't like it. Yeah, I mean, there were things about it I liked enough, right? But that was what kind of made it so bad, was that it had such high potential as like a Dead Space successor, but they just did such a bad job with so many of the just general gameplay systems in the game that it just wasn't fun to play. Like, it had all of the... Yeah, see, there's the heal that I was supposed to have. I swear I picked that up. It's like the save somehow reverted it. I don't know. Maybe I just didn't notice. I guess we could just carry both, although they do stack, but then we might also find another one, so whatever, just carry them. Okay, let me just overwrite my save. Make sure we're all good so we don't have to go back and get that. Just make a new one. Fuel. Okay, we're good. I've been playing Pragmata and Windrose lately. Yeah, how is all that? I mean, don't tell me anything about, like, detail-wise about Pragmata, because I'm planning to play that as well. I did pick it up for myself, but I'm still curious to know if you're enjoying it. think we're okay to just jump here. Hopefully it doesn't take us somewhere else that we don't want to be yet. Trippy. There's one over there too. I'm not sure if that leads to something or not. Or is it just going to take me back? It's kind of hard to tell. I see an anomaly over there. I don't know what that did. I should have paid more attention, probably. Oh well. See ya. He's just sitting over there like, bro, what the fuck? Why'd you leave me? I hope I didn't miss something halfway through. Because it seemed like I had another way I could have gone, but now I'm not too sure. Guess I can always backtrack. It was just through here, I think. What did that anomaly do, though? I'm not sure if that put something in place where we needed it to be. Or if it changed something else that we can access now that we couldn't before. So I don't remember seeing an anomaly on the way over that way before that. Oh, wait, no, I think maybe I do. Question is that like a big secret that I'm working my way back towards now, or am I just wasting my time? Wait, is it like one of the little green dudes over here or something? I hear something. I don't know what I'm hearing, but there's definitely an enemy around there somewhere. Feels like something got stuck somewhere. Anyway, something fancy, but it does everything it does right. Oh, nice. Sounds gross and squishy. Yep, that's this game for you. Alright, where that core was over here that we got. I remember when we progressed a little farther, there was like a anomaly thing kind of in the way. I guess it was the other direction. So we had to go that way when we wanted to see... Thought, anyway. Maybe it was just that there was an anomaly here and it was just for setting up that platform. I don't really see anything else to get to, unless I'm misremembering exactly where it was. But I can swear there was something there. me just check the other end really quick just to make sure I didn't skip over something that way. I guess maybe the other... Oh, yeah. So the other way we could have gone down was to come here. But again... Oh, maybe it's so we can jump over there. Hold on. Can I get up this way? No? Okay, we have to go around the long way. Alright, then I think in that case we're probably okay to continue this way. We just have to get to the jump pad on that side, and then we can get back to that point and then jump across. Hopefully. Okay, here we are. So we want to go down this one, I think. And there should be like another space to jump to. Instead, we went that way. So this should have opened up something for us. I don't know if it's just a different way to get there or if there's actually something that we unlocked over here. Oh, the cat. I forgot about the cat. All that just to get to the cat. All right. Here, kitty. Hello. Merlin.
Highly perilous, even for you.
Yeah.
We will soon need a bigger cat.
Alright, cat core acquired. Alright, an officer's confession. On the night of December 21st, a stabilization unit equipped with non-lethal weapons with rubber cartridges confronted a riot of quarantined workers. The aggressive crowd wanted to be released and demanded justice for Gabriel Barica, whom they recognized as their leader. Attempts to pacify the riot failed. Forced to prevent escalation, I gave the order to fire. Despite the aforementioned use of non-lethal ammunition, one of the workers was fatally wounded. Regrettably, this event triggered an escalation of the conflict, contrary to our intentions. I accept full responsibility for any oversights or misjudgments during the operation. Two empty boxes? How dare you, sir? Really like to grab those shotgun shells. I think it's just one, but even one is a lot to leave on the table. But I don't know if I can easily get back here. It was kind of a pain just getting here in the first place, so we might have to leave that one behind. Oh, I see. Alright. Well, I guess if we ever really need a single shotgun shell, we can try to make our way back to that one. But I would hope to not need to resort to such a thing, because that's kind of a long way to go for one shotgun shell. Is this going to lock down now and spawn more enemies? Still no, huh? I just expected there to be a lot more to fight in that area than just one guy. Like, it was a big guy, but still. Alright, I think maybe that's all the jump pads then, because that took us all the way back to the other one I was thinking of. But I could be misremembering one. I mean, aside from the main one here that we're meant to come back to. So we have some extra shells in there too. Speaking of which... Alright. I'm gonna regret not getting that extra shotgun shell, but I really don't want to have to traverse that whole thing again just for one shell. It's a bit much. I just hope I'm not forgetting any other secret or side objective things. Nice music. I do like that the gravity boot stuff feels very smooth. Again, it's very Dead Space 1, but it's a lot nicer of a mechanic. The Dead Space 1 mechanic is extremely disorienting because you don't just kind of do like a little leap to the thing. You do this whole like arms outstretched like Superman fly to whatever surface you're on, you want in 0G. The problem is that you then immediately, the camera gets completely flipped around as you do. And it does here too, but it just makes it that much harder to like really determine where you are and what you're looking at. But moreover, it's just kind of like slow and clunky compared to how they decided to handle 0G in the later entries, including the Dead Space 1 remake. Alright, well there's the rift. I hope we got everything. Spinny paper. It's gotta be kinda hard to read like that. It should be spinning on the screen too, that'd be funny. Them or us. Attention all officers, we are in a state of outbreak. Protect the asset at all costs. Shoot the infected, it's either them or us. So we're going back in time, but I don't think we're going to be going back to a point in time where there would be like not many infected, because it sounds like the infection was starting to pop off. That was weird. I kept like putting it onto the proper light bloom, but it wasn't going through, so I had to like keep doing it.
Temporal destination reached. Proceeding with the search for the target, Arctur Vatica.
Behavioral analysis. The asset will only talk to one designated responder. It doesn't respond to any other visual or auditory stimuli. It is distrustful, but it does not betray signs of fear, nor does it appear aggressive so far. Well, I assumed they were talking about Baraka, but I wonder, especially since they keep saying it, unless it's Baraka that's been mutated a fair bit by this point, I have this curiosity if it's like a traveler they captured instead. There's a spare pyre in here.
Taped interview 17. The subject's
Probably Baraka, though.
Seems to me his...
Doctor, you are not here to make conjectures about the subject's well-being.
You want to come down here and swap, Sergeant?
You're out of line, Doctor.
Please help me out here. Don't make it any more difficult.
What do you expect of me?
I mean, it sounds like one of the
You
travelers.
need to start answering questions.
Ask them.
What is this illness? How do we stop it?
You can't. What has already happened cannot be changed.
Why are you here then?
Your world is to end.
Yeah, I've noticed. What is your part in it? What is your mission?
My vocation.
Yes. What's the point of it all? Are you to save people? Or to harm us?
I, too, would like to learn that.
That is a traveler. Captured. Why did he let such a thing happen?
Alright, let's try to use up our pyre here when we come across some enemies so we can backtrack for that freebie sitting there. Or if we find a chest, we'll, a save station, we'll just stash one and grab it. We should definitely use those because we have some in storage already. Under special surveillance, I do not need to remind you, Sergeant Zick. Hang on. All right, sorry. This sinus respiratory thing still, every once in a while, just, I got a cough. I do not need to remind you, Sergeant Dizek, that the protocol imposed by the Seraphim Project applies to all of your subordinates. The Kremlin has agreed that she should be the one to talk to it, but she must ask only questions specified in the instructions, otherwise you need to end this charade. It is not the time for pseudo-philosophical chit-chat this time, or this thing is dangerous. It's a ticking bomb. It's a monster. The outcome of the Gemini project must not be allowed to repeat itself. So they captured a traveler, and I wonder if that had any particular thing to do with why the infection spread in the first place. Future technology. It's hard to determine the age or origin of the asset. Carbon-14 dating tests have shown that its various components come from different periods, but said periods are unknown. In addition, while attempting reverse engineering, the technology my team acquired seems to defy the laws of physics. Despite being powered by simple electricity, it seems to be able to manipulate its mass, too. Picture of the asset. Is that a hook weapon? I wouldn't mind a real melee weapon at some point. Like, I don't mind that we have, like, a punch, don't get me wrong, but the punch is kind of weak. The helmet does kind of look like, what was his name? The Warden that we talked to. It could be that the asset they captured was the Warden. He's clearly been around for a long time. Who goes away soon? Yeah, me too. Trailing Class S pass. Signing off. The Western Station no longer responds. I am leaving the post. If anyone is reading this, withdraw. The steelworks have fallen. Let me not go this way just yet.
I've already told you. With a group of workers, we went underground under the main furnace to find the missing.
Cut the bullshit about the workers, Comrade Batika. Just answer the questions.
What did you see there? It was horrible. Their bodies, their skin, their limbs. It was as if something merged them with each other. Will this happen to all the infected?
Answer the questions, Batika. What else did you see?
There was something, some kind of figure wrapped in steel, as if wearing armor. He was talking to me.
What was he saying?
Bring her to me.
The things I saw, it was all for nothing. We found the boys, but maybe it would have been better if we hadn't. It only made the rest of the volunteer team get quarantined. And what in the hell was that thing? Even if I wanted to run away, I couldn't. They twisted my ankle during yesterday's interrogation. Might be broken. Damn this cough. Alright. I try to think about my family, my wife and my girls back home. The thought that I won't make it back for Christmas Eve hurts the most. And Arthur? He has no idea how lucky he is that he got sent home before all this madness started. And I'll never hear a word of thanks for that. The thick platins, exactly. Give me some enemies to fight soon here, because I need to use up my tires. God damn. Don't let them merge. Oop. It felt like a very, like, cut off their limbs sort of sign. I wonder if we get another new enemy type that we get to see. If we're actually gonna try to prevent them from merging with each other. We know that they already kind of do that in the future, but mostly it just makes them kind of become more armored up when they do. Haunted locker. I knew it was gonna be a cat.
Don't shoot! Look, I worked here, all right? I just want to get out.
Who are you?
Veronika Kamiński. I'm a doctor.
Is there anyone with you?
No, I'm here all alone.
Why are you here?
There's been an outbreak. We tried, but we couldn't stop it. The workers, they never had a chance.
No. What I am asking is why are you here now?
Please just let me go. There's no one here left alive. I saw nothing, I swear. I got lost when I was looking for...
Yes.
I was...
Veronica!
You are not alone.
Veronica? I found it! I'm up in the foreman's office. Veronica, you there?
Arthur, listen to me. They're here! Run!
It's all wrong!
What has happened? I came across a woman. She probably came here with Arthur Barrica. I must locate the foreman's office immediately. I am concerned the integrity of my phylactery may be compromised.
See the cat pictures?
Like the collected essences leaking through.
Need some enemies to fight, please. Not a lot, just enough to use my pyre. I want to have to backtrack super far just to get the free one that was laying there. But I'll do it if they give me something soon, at least. It was the cats all along. Could be, you know. Maybe they ended the world. Besieged by fear, this place is turned to hell. Command got the fuck out as soon as this mess began. I don't know how many of us are left. I don't want to shoot people, but who can call these things people? I wonder if I should save the final rounds for myself. Will it stop me from becoming like them? Farewell, Petrus. Patrishka. Yeah, that's probably right. Patrishka. Retreat while you can. An employee reprimand. Krakow, June 12th, 1981. Notice of disciplinary sanction. Employee Arthur Bardica is hereby formally reprimanded for general misconduct in violation of safety codes by performing duties under significant alcohol intoxication. A disciplinary fine in the amount of 750 PLN has been imposed. Any future violations may result in more severe disciplinary actions. Gabriel Barrica. We got tore up. Should have burned them all.
The place is already overrun. I need to get to the target immediately.
More shotgun shells I'm just leaving behind. I actually have a ton of pistol ammo now. Probably in part because they're just like, well, at this point, you know, you have the dagger, so, you know, you're probably going to want a lot more ammo. I'm not sure why it wouldn't just be like its own submachine gun with its own ammo. Don't get me wrong, I like not necessarily having to carry another ammo type, but even so. Fire tanks around. Tanks, I should just say. All of you? Okay, now we can go back. I should have used my fucking shotgun, but we'll be able to make space. Alright, I hate that it's so far away, but I'll just quickly grab the items that we missed, so we can still have access to some firepower and fire producing shit. Probably not super necessary to really backtrack anyway, but if they had just given me like a stash like a little closer to the start of this area, then I would have just stashed, you know, the extra. Because backtracking for like those 2 shotgun shells was not far at all, but going all the way back for this extra pyre is kind of annoying. But, you know, all the various incendiary items seem pretty powerful and worth having, or valuable, I should just say. You're not gonna let... Oh, man. How was I supposed to know there was gonna be a door that would fucking close there? God damn it. Well, at least we got the shotgun shells, but the pyre is off the table. If that door had been shown to close behind me when I went through it, that would have been a different story. I wouldn't have gone back at all, but it didn't show that. It just must have happened during the cutscene with Veronica. Oh well. Not the only thing we've had to leave behind, although not too many. We've lost, like, all in all so far, I think we've only lost, like, a single shotgun shell and then just that one pyre. I think even, like, the one time we had, like, a heal left behind, I think we were able to go back for it, because we had to use another heal. proceed. Broken photo. I don't know if that's just like a textural issue with the game or if that's supposed to be doing that. Compulsory leave. Krakow, June 20th, 1981. Notice of compulsory leave. Due to the negligence of the previous disciplinary sanction, employee Artur Barica is hereby ordered to a compulsory leave to regain the proper state of sobriety required to perform the duties involved. The order takes immediate effect. Unit expendable. Don't trust the broadcast. They are not reinforcements. Interesting. Look at all these fresh AKs. They're not rusty and kempt anymore. Fishing in Fallout 76 makes me sleepy. And fishing games in general tend to do that to me. Managing director, production manager, shift supervisor. The advocacy. Appeal against dismissal of employee. I am asking to reconsider the decision of a dismissal of employee Artur Barica on June 17, 1981. The request is motivated by the consideration of the employee's difficult personal circumstances as well as the strong rapport he has established with his other Steelworks employees during his employment. I firmly believe that the benefits of allowing Mr. Barica to retain his position outweigh the rationale for his dismissal. Two brothers. Alright, so it's the same photo that we saw a minute ago, except the one doesn't have his face scratched out anymore. Sincerely yours, you self-righteous ass. I need neither your pity nor your protection. You just made a fool out of me in front of everyone. This is not what a brother would do. Next time when you get all mushy and stuff, maybe think about helping with Ma. Fuck you, Artur. Before I go that way, it's out here. Definitely gonna need a save station soon so I can sell that. And access my storage and all that, get more fire. Ooh. I wonder if we'll find another cat here in the past. There was one, obviously, that escaped from that one locker, but I don't know if that's supposed to be a different cat than the one we encountered before in the future. Because I'm not sure how many years is like between these two timelines. Because we come from a further point in the future, I think. Sell 15 valuable items. I'd love another inventory slot, but we're not getting one, so at least not yet. It doesn't show up as red, though. Like, even if we had 3 cores, I don't think we could get this, because there's like a little, it's just crossed out. We could get the resource limit, but if we had the cores, that is. Okay, another little upgrade. I guess this is fine like this. Only have 1 inventory space free, which is now being filled up, so let me move some shit around. I'm going to stash these 2 and just keep 1 on us. It's always a little dangerous to only have 1 heal, I suppose, but... Is this more shotgun shells, or what is this? Handgun. Okay, we actually have like a big surplus of handgun ammo, but we'll go through it pretty quickly, I think. So our inventory's full for the moment, but it won't stay that way.
Looks like somebody tried to break it apart without success.
To break what apart? The saw? Or they tried to break this? I mean, it is all like scratched up on the front, so it does seem like maybe they just found the future tech here and tried to access it, but just couldn't figure out how. Betrayal within the ranks. We should have never trusted those fucking doctors and that shithead Officer Marzek. The prick betrayed us. He betrayed the armed forces of the People's Republic. As soon as you find any of them, you are to execute them like the rest of these fuckers. That is my last order. I'm going downstairs. It's time to solve the issue of the workers once and for all. Senior Officer Bernard T. Stott. Alright. Let's go. Well, this is gonna be lovely. Oh, I didn't realize I was even carrying a single medium. I thought it was another small. But now I have 2 mediums. Hey, there's the big one. I was wondering when we'd get one. I think I might have hurt myself a little bit there. I don't know where I should be shooting, or if I should just be running. Probably not in here. Just cornered myself. Excuse me. Ow, fuck you. What? Okay. That is the first time I've ever seen one chain reaction like that. I just don't know where to shoot. Every time this shit happens. It's just, you're so armored up, but inexplicably, I don't know where to fire. Like, it just seems like every part of its body is armored. Where do I shoot? That actually will do damage. Okay, he died. Thank goodness. That was a little close. I mean, I wasn't worried at all, but, you know. Again, yeah, just my only real criticism of the game is just the armored enemy stuff, because I really just don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to shoot half the time, because from a distance, it's just not visually distinctive enough to be able to tell where you can actually land a shot. Now, maybe they just didn't really care about it for that particular enemy, and they're just like, no, just use all the explosives around, because most of your other firepower isn't going to do anything. And if that's the case, that's fine, but I just kind of assumed I should be shooting, but, you know, it just seemed like with the shotgun, at least, like, all my shots were just bouncing off, except for maybe some small bit of damage, perhaps. Anyway. We did also have to craft a heal to stay alive during that, so we do have a couple more heals in storage, thankfully, but it kind of sucks that we had to use 2 mediums in that, you know. If it weren't for that one explosive barrel, like, chaining to right to where we were, we wouldn't have been in quite as rough a position. Because I thought that was honestly far away enough for that to not blow up the other tank, but apparently not. It's back to Bloodborne with you.
Please, we don't have time.
We just didn't want to be alone.
Stay back!
Brother!
What have I done?
He came back!
Onto a body count.
You brought that on us, you fuck!
Calm down. I'm here to save you, Artur.
Save me? Are you fucking blind? Look at him! I just wanted to find my brother, bring him back home with it. Fuck!
Compose yourself.
No.
What happened?
Something really bad was happening to him. He started to turn. God help me. I end his suffering. I swear. But he suddenly jumped on me. He caught me off guard.
Hold me. I don't want to be alone. No, Arthur, please make it stop. Our bones, the pain. Our pain.
I'm sorry.
Brother.
Can you help him?
His fate is set. It cannot be changed.
What?
He is not the target. You are.
Me? He was the one who saw you back then. He was there when you started all of this.
And yet, you are the one chosen to join.
Fuck I am. Look! Damn it. Look! What he's been doing all the time. If you want me, why do all this to him? Why make him fucking sick? What for?
I don't. I didn't.
Okay. Let's try something else then. He goes with you. Because I'm going to hell.
Don't do it!
It's your fault. Don't you fucking understand? Your kind brought the disease to our world. Listen, save him, all right? Take him. We can fix him. Ah! You bitch!
No, I came for you.
Sorry, dude. I had to make a choice really fast, and I don't know what the right one was, but I don't think it's gonna go well either way. I feel like introducing the infection into our brain collective might not be the best idea either, but I suppose there's multiple endings for this game, so, and a true ending may require multiple playthroughs anyway, so threatening someone with a gun to stop him from shooting himself is kind of funny though. Yeah, well, that would be.
Target extraction completed. Essence acquired.
I just wonder if, like,
I am heading back to the
for
terminal.
the true ending, if maybe you just have to do everything again, but choose the different options that you got the first time. Like, it may not matter which ones you chose, but you have to do both, like through a New Game Plus cycle or something. Because honestly, that would kind of lend itself well enough for the narrative of this game, considering it's all about, like, time travel-y shit, so you could easily just say, oh yeah, New Game Plus is just you traveling through the loop again. Nothing else has changed about the train. We are back. Terminal.
I'm gonna give you one more chance, freak. You're gonna fucking tell me all about those bastards.
What? And why should you believe me all of a sudden?
Fuck. You can't got your tongue when someone's finally listening to your bullshit? Look. Look at this. My brother kept drawing this before he ran away from the hospital.
Shit. One of them. They're here.
What are they? What do they want from us? How do we fight them?
Fight them? Are you crazy? You can't fight them.
Well, I hope we didn't miss a cat back there, because I don't think we're getting back to that place. There's any reason for us to go that way. Just need to head back to the central area. Let's see here. We don't really need to craft anything except for maybe... Well, no, we don't really need to craft anything. Let's just take some healing out of here. Maybe a single shotgun shell. So we'll take both. We'll use one. Unless we want to upgrade our health, but we would need at least 2 cores for that. Maybe I'll just go ahead and use one. It's fine. Okay, let us continue. Let's see, we're going for 4 hours. Okay, we can go for a while yet. Friggin' bots, bro. I think this one was already here, but let me just make sure.
I know it was you. Just need to find the proof, and you'll be in the slammer for
No,
the
this
rest
is
of your
stunning.
miserable life.
You're safe, brother, telling you not to talk to weirdos like me. Speaking of, I heard his health has declined lately. I wonder where he caught it, huh? Could it be the steelworks, maybe? He promised that the workers would be safe.
Fuck you! Gabriel will be just fine.
Maybe I did hear that one already. I remember there being one place there, but I just forget what it said. Because it was yesterday. Mr. Warden, have you...
It's completely offline. But why?
Playing the piano? What the fuck? I guess maybe we can go in there now. The bot names are becoming longer and longer, yeah. As far as I can tell, I think that one was open already. It wasn't. Ah, yes. This is just the other station, okay. I guess we should probably just put the thingy in there, but I don't know if it'll matter. It might just be like, no, you can't do that right now. We couldn't go in here before. I think this dude's been here a long time.
The bar is closed, but I don't think anyone will ask us to leave. Come. Join me.
What is all this?
This? Magnificent. Don't you think?
Our work is to save them, not admire them.
But how to accomplish one without the other? This is how I do my own part in saving them. Well, at least a fracture of what they once were.
Don't you think it's all trivial?
In perspective of perpetuity, what isn't but a trivial thing? What's the endless existence worth, deprived of even a moment of introspection and unadulterated joy? For some reason, people listened to music once, went to the theater, played games, and told each other stories. The
These things are not crucial to survival, and yet it is without them that there would be no humanity. It's a paradox, or an anomaly rather.
So, the human race is an anomaly to you.
Oh yes, and a perfect one. Listen. Unfortunately, the whole thing was not preserved. So I dare to fill in the gaps with my own invention. Don't you think it catches the ear?
It is nice. But you are wasting time.
Wasting. To waste something you barely have. Isn't it something grand? When can you value the time you've been given the most, if not here and now? When your time is linear and finite, its entire concept may differ from the one we've been taught. This is what made them superior in a way.
I don't think we were designed the same way.
Designed. Sadly, I'm struck with a similar impression.
You really got affected by them.
Too late, I did.
Too late for what?
To do something about all that. But you still have a chance.
Not without the terminal.
I've switched it off.
What? Why?
I guess even a machine needs a rest from time to time, you know?
What?
Oh, calm down. I had to cut the power off while I was rewiring the whole thing. Would you kindly go to the switchgear? The upper floor.
Would you kindly?
You need to find a restaurant there. Too fancy for my tastes. For a maintenance shaft location, though, just fine. I will be at the terminal to start the circuit when you turn it on.
Alright. Find the switch gear. Least subtle reference, yeah. We looted this already. Maybe I should go back and get a torch. Oh well, let's just keep going. I have a couple of, or well, I have a pyre in my inventory at the very least, so. Quite a lot of handgun rounds, too. Restaurant menu. Luboa restaurant. Appetizers, beef tartare, jellied cold feet, roll mops, caviar with eggs, chicken soup, cabbage croquette, tripe stew, divole with mushrooms, with boiled potatoes and cabbage, minced pork cutlet, beef roulade, baked sonder. Seems nice. I actually went out for dinner last night because I was just busy with a bunch of shit and didn't really feel like cooking. Don't really go out very often anymore. Personnel shortages. Jolka, you have to take her shift. I know you swapped for the holidays, but the boss says we're short on waitresses. And those bloated commies keep coming to stuff their mouths, martial law or not. Some quarantine. It seems that we have double standards in a socialist society, too. I just really hope that Angela's okay and she'll let us know soon. Soon. I can remember her saying that someone is stalking her all the time. Maybe it's that guy who used to drop by when she had some breaks. This girl really needs to learn to pick her company. About time. Clock tower struck by lightning. We've gotten the impression that you have been stuck in time for the last few days. Don't you worry. After the big storms, our brave workers are again working up a sweat to set the giant clock's hands in motion before Christmas. Built in the late 50s, the New Dawn's Town Hall is testament to the architectural thought of socialism, but its centerpiece and the most unique feature, the giant steel clock, needs far too frequent maintenance inspections. What was supposed to be a homage to this craftsmanship of our steelworks workers has become a burning problem for our city council. The amount of steel used in the project, combined with its significant altitude dominance in the city's landscape, requires much better grounding, says Professor Brizard Gassoir, electrical engineer from Krakow's University. If we don't remodel the whole structure, the clock will simply act as a magnet for lightning during every significant thunderstorm. It is basically a gigantic conductor. Convenient if you ever need to go back to the future, I guess. The authorities claim they know about this massive unreliability. They promise that fixing our district's pride once and for all is one of the priorities for the next year. For now, though, we need to keep our fingers crossed for the dauntless maintenance workers to start up time again before Christmas so we can all joyfully reach this bright new year and look forward to the future. It was real, I'm a bad guy and this is deep conversation. Yeah. Definitely seemed like it. Going the other way for now, or well. Nothing really showing up as alive. Very funny how that all just like snaps into place. Reservation to Rookie. I know we heard that name somewhere before on yesterday's stream, but and everything's getting like very like pixelated edges in this area. I don't know why. It's like anti-aliasing or something, but love that was lost. Dear Kay, this is my own. This is the only way I need to disappear from your life. It is best for both you and the girls. Surely you understand. For as long as I can remember, my life has been one of hiding, running, and constant struggle. Also with myself. This has caused me to do a lot of wrong and harm in the past. It was you who tried to change me from a hounded animal into the man I always dreamed of being. But unfortunately, what you gifted me with is in great danger. I'm waging a secret war within myself that only I know about. Pretending that it's not how it is and hiding it would be selfish, and I don't want you to suffer because of that. I'm not father material. I am not husband material. Nothing pains me more than realizing this. I've tried countless times to suppress my abilities, but they define who I truly am. There is no escape, never was. You cannot run from your true self. Every attempt of it ends in disaster, and that's why I'm making the hardest and hopefully the best decision of my life. Kiss the girls. I love you. I always will. Tio. Comic. Agent Cutter's in the Painter's Gambit. Hopefully when I get out of this area the quality will improve again, because it is very muddied right now. I don't know if I should go back around and try to get to that other end, because we kind of didn't really go to the left before. Check. Missed that. Well, I mean, I guess I'd say that was worth it. It was just a couple of things I definitely should have gotten beforehand, but let's wait to be seated. Alright. Back this way. Let's go find this switch thingy we're supposed to do, which I guess will be down this way. Well, there's bound to be enemies down here, and I still can't really make any torch fuel, but we do have 2 pyres now, so Big guy, lots of little guys. Both? What are we gonna get here? There's an extra shotgun shell on the floor there. Wow, we have like 31 extra handgun bullets. We really need to use those up. Here's our torch fuel that we need. More shotgun shells we can't pick up just yet. Okay. Waste that other shot, but when you start charging, you can't really aim very quickly. Okay, I'm gonna call bullshit on that one. It was a very instantaneous hit. Really? Fuck you. I feel, you know, the one, I guess, kind of thing this game feels like it could use from time to time. I don't feel like you need it that much, but it would be nice if there was, like, any sort of a dodge. Just because, like, all you can really do is run, and she's not very fast, so, like, there's no block, there's no dodge, there's no, like, otherwise reliable way to stagger things other than just getting, like, a good shot in, maybe. So it just feels kind of unreliable to avoid taking damage in this game. It's mostly fine, like, it doesn't feel unbalanced necessarily, but it would just be nice if you could. Something to burn. Finally your sister showed up on your server. Took forever. Still gonna fish. Fair. Is there any torch fuel available, or am I gonna have to craft some? I guess I'll just make a heal. Hey, Dodo, how's it going, buddy? Hope you're doing well. I mean, I guess I could use a pyre maybe on this thing, but I just can't even craft fuel at the moment, so maybe we'll come back to it. I don't really use a pyre on it because I don't know if I can detonate a pyre even if I shoot it, so it might just get wasted. So I need to find more scrap or just fuel by itself so I can burn that shit away. I do really like this game, but I didn't finish it. I like the style of it. Just didn't like the gameplay enough to keep me interested. That's fair. It's not like anything especially deep or complex necessarily, as I was saying before. Like I like it well enough as it is, but there's like a couple of small things I wouldn't mind. Like if they made the armored enemies a little bit more obvious as to like where you should maybe shoot them sometimes, because it doesn't always seem to be as intuitive as it should be. You know, and again, I obviously am the type who doesn't like having his hand held when I play video games, so it's not a matter of the game telling me every little thing. I just want if you're gonna have like armor on an enemy, like make it very obvious specifically where or what parts are armored instead of just like vague spikes or stony skin, because it's kind of hard to see. And sometimes I'm shooting bits that look fleshy and not armored, and it still just doesn't really do any damage. And I don't know if the idea is that you're just supposed to burn them and that's it. I can go open that door back to the cat's room now. Again, one of these times there needs to be cat noises, but it needs to not actually be a cat. It should just be like a cat mimic. Belbina. Sequel could be Dead Space level cool. This feels as a test run. I've been saying before, my main thing about this is that obviously this is very inspired, you know, theme and gameplay wise and stuff by games like Dead Space. But I've been comparing this a little bit less to Dead Space and a little bit more to Callisto Protocol. And to me, this is way better than Callisto Protocol, because Callisto Protocol has horrible problems. Like, everything about Callisto Protocol was like, it has the entire structure that it needs to be a good game, but they just consistently dropped the ball on all of the gameplay. They made it so tedious and repetitive and unfun that, and the story should honestly be better too, but even if you just set the story aside, like, it's okay. It's just that the gameplay is so nothing and just kind of annoying to do that the only thing that really stands out as good for the Callisto Protocol is just the graphics. That's basically it. This game is doing something very similar, but there's a lot more intrigue with the story, so the story presentation feels a lot more interesting right off the bat. The gameplay, I think, while it could use a small nudge in a couple of different directions as far as like mobility and having like a dodge or something, so you're not always going to get hit just because her movement is so slow, would be fine. Like, if the melee felt... I don't feel like the melee needs to be any more dedicated than it is necessarily, but I wouldn't mind a melee weapon that was slightly more powerful or something, for how scarce like ammo is in the game. But, you know, all in all, like, I just have very minor nitpicks. my one and only real criticism of the game so far has just been armored enemies, because there's not a huge amount of enemy variety, and that's fine. But one of the things that they do is like they have these enemies evolve when they merge with each other and consume biomass, and then they gain like spiky, stony skin, which is like, okay, that makes them harder. That's cool, but I still need to be able to kill them. And if half of the time I shoot them and my bullets just fucking bounce off, like, I need to know kind of where the weak points are. Now, if it's more of a thing of just like, don't let them evolve, or you have to burn them to be able to make them vulnerable again, that would be one thing. But once again, the fire resources are so limited, or just hard to come by, that it's just not a very feasible means of having to reliably take out enemies if you have to burn them all the time. First, you should be able to do kind of everything consistently enough. Like, it's kept a very tight balance as far as like the survival horror aspects, resources go, and I appreciate that. But when I like run into an armored enemy, I don't want to be wasting a ton of ammo just watching my bullets fly off of it. And still need to go back with fire now that I think about it. But I still can't craft anything. I don't know if I could manually detonate a pyre, but I'm going to just try to go see if I can get fuel and if it'll let me come back this way. I hope so. Seems like it will. Anyway, I like it well enough, but I totally understand any criticism that you might have for it at the same time. I hear another cat. Oh, cat room. Right, I forgot this was a thing.
How is it you are here?
Does anything change in the cat room? I don't know if I should try to go to the effort of petting them all.
Why is your fur so soft?
It presents as a horror game, so if you're assuming that people are scared and still look at what part is vaguely shown as armored. Yeah.
I am troubled by...
I would say, like, this game has decent, like, spooky scare moments, and it's got good atmosphere. The enemies themselves are not particularly scary, but to be honest, it's really hard to depict enemies in video games as scary. You can really go ham on the body horror stuff, and people are still not going to be scared by them if they are A, desensitized from horror games in general, or B, they're desensitized by simply playing your game for more than 5 minutes. Because now they're used to what enemies look like, and they're going to be like, okay, well, I'm not really scared by this anymore. And at that point, you either have to constantly redesign your enemies every 5 seconds so that like every enemy seems unique and scary, or, you know, which is just way too much work, or you're, you know, trying to find like a just genuinely scary design, you know. To grasp to mend, the terminal, like all technology of the collective, draws power from the fading remnants of human energy sources, the final sparks of a once thriving world, yet these sources would have gone cold long ago if not for the force of the anomaly, a phenomenon believed to be born of our own actions made possible by the terminal itself. Cause and effect, past and future, tangled in a knot that defies every notion of linear time. Unraveling it requires patience, precision, and the will to confront each strand. Should I painstakingly undo it or cut straight through? It is something it did really well. Constantly searching for your next few bullets to kill the next enemy with. Yeah. It's a pretty tight design.
There seems to be a key to this. Does the terminal want to show us something? Does it want to draw our attention to something? Does it force us through which we will discover the secrets of mankind's salvation. Probably these are just my fantasies. Nevertheless, it's been a very long time since I felt as if they wanted to tell me something. Or rather, tell her.
Maybe the collective just is cats. I don't know. Or started with cats. Because we are collecting cats after all.
Interested in what I'm saying.
But yeah, so I do feel like with the design being that tight, it does occasionally lead you into situations where, like, because ammo is so precious, you're just kind of like, man, I really don't even want to shoot anything. And then, and any sort of like ammo, like your fire shit as well. So it just kind of becomes like a little dicey at times, and you can also very possibly put yourself in situations where that you don't mean to, where it's just like, well, now unfortunately I can't really progress past this section because I don't have enough ammo anymore. You could just sort of soft lock yourself a little bit. I mean, you can run away from enemies kind of, but progressing deeper into a level might make that like impossible. And I've not really officially died yet, but I did reload once running into that situation because I approached the situation kind of poorly, not really knowing exactly how I should do it. And then I just wasted like all of my resources and was like, well, maybe I could get through, but now it's just going to be impossible to be doing it in any sort of good way, so I'm just going to reload. That's the only thing I'm counting sort of as a death so far, because I haven't actually died, but I've come close. Or if we should go for another health upgrade or just the resource limit. Burning time for the torch obviously would be good. Explosion size probably be worth it. Let's go burning time for now. Oh, and we should probably upgrade a gun while we're here. We might eventually start putting upgrades into the dagger now that we're getting a lot more handgun ammo, but that'll do for now. Alright, we got our torch. We need to go back, but I want to save it first. Hey, welcome back. Missed these streams. Thank you. Yeah, no, they, I still can't, like, stream super consistently yet. I don't know when and if that'll ever be the case, but I still want to try to stream more, and so I'm gonna... This will probably be the last day this week that I'll stream, but I'm gonna try to stream some more next week if I can. Since I'm probably not finishing this today, for one, but also I picked up Pragmata to play as well after this, so... And possibly we'll do some other things here and there, but I do need to try to stay at least fairly focused on the game dev stuff, on top of my work, of course, so there's times when I will just kind of need to, you know, not stream and just stay focused on that stuff. But, you know, trying to find a nice balance in between. Game console. Valuable electrical item from the past, although inactive today, it can be exchanged for energy. 2 spaces still. Sick. That was a worthwhile, pretty little treasure room, especially since it didn't really cost us anything in fuel, since we just got the freebie one. But yeah, it's been good to stream again. It's good to see y'all. I hate having like these big month downtime, you know, things or whatever in between stuff. Ooh, game's getting framey suddenly. I will try at some point to take some time to see if I can improve the... I forgot to look at this. Handguns deal additional damage on headshots. Okay. I need to see if I can get the game to run any smoother at all. It probably would run smoother if I wasn't also streaming, just because of the encoding stuff. But yeah, I just feel like with the PC I have, it should be robust enough to stream this pretty well, or better than it is. But I think it's really just coming down to an optimization thing. Like, it may just not be as well optimized as it could be. Sick. Reload speed has really not been at the top of my priority list, because I feel like the guns reload quickly enough most of the time already. Maybe we'll get a dodge ability eventually, but I feel like we're well enough into the game where that seems like it's unlikely now. But it would be cool if like one of the suit upgrades was like a little burst dodge or something, but I doubt it. It's okay, it's not your job anyway. Enjoying streaming is the way to go. Making time is good, but also you're really busy with other things. Yeah, I'm just trying to be better about managing my time, because I still don't really manage it as well as I could be, you know? Alright, we should just go ahead probably and activate the anchor or the terminal, but I just want to see if he has anything else to say before we do. And he's gone. Although, maybe we want to just look around. Stuff. So it didn't really feel like translating any of that. I'm kind of surprised there's not like documents or anything in this room to really look at. Guess they might have figured that players might not walk back to it, so. Oh, he's out here. I just didn't see him in the shadows there.
Will it work?
It's safe to use now. Not fully operational yet, though. But soon, the essences you have collected will be able to ascend, and everything will be as it should be.
So, the essences are still unable to join.
Sadly. But at least we have access to their memory. With that, the terminal will set the next target, and you can continue.
Can I talk to them?
Yes, although for a limited time. The process can get a bit unstable.
Unstable.
Please, be patient. This is the only way.
Such is our calling.
I don't trust the warden. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It does seem like he's probably going to be the bad guy in the end, but who knows? Maybe he knows. Maybe he knows more than he's telling us, but maybe it's for good reasons. Either way, he's certainly been here a long time, so.
So this is it, huh? I had known that this is what hell looks like, I might not have ditched fucking Sunday school. Fuck!
Stop! Compose!
Shut the fuck up, bitch! earned it, I guess, haven't I?
I'm not here to judge you.
So why did you bring me here?
I believe you possess the answers I need.
It's about what happened to Gabe, isn't it?
You think that the travelers are responsible for the change. The disease, as you call it.
You're shitting me. My brother became sick while looking for the missing workers, right? He found them, sure. Dying and all messed up. But they weren't the only ones. There was also one of you there.
And?
And so, it fucking began. The military came, scientists, doctors. It only took a moment for the entire quarantine to turn into some kind of fucking prison camp. No one gets in, no one gets out. I don't know what kind of shit was going on inside there, but I sure do know one thing. They didn't take care about my sick brother. Only that motherfucking moon man spreading your fucking disease. That big shot, Dr. Zibbert, only pretending to care about the sick. I bet that son of a bitch was only thinking how he could screw over the commies and use him for his own research.
I'm very curious if you can bring Gabriel here instead of Arthur, and how that changes the
instead of
game.
musing over that alien, brother would have been all right. Maybe then I...
Arthur, please. Focus. The doctor, the alien. Tell me about them.
Kind of makes me wonder too if you could somehow have gotten
Jesus Christ, Gabe.
Angela or whatever her name was
It's so fucking wrong.
instead of Edward in for the first one.
Listen. You wanted to end his suffering.
Fuck you! Fuck this!
You know, at first I thought
place!
it was just kind of the way like the suit made her sound, but I think
I'll let
I think
myself be
the
touched anymore?
BA actually maybe has like a
That I'll
mild
let
lisp.
myself be treated like some loser who constantly needs to be controlled so he doesn't hurt himself or others around?
Yo, Miscreant, how's it going? Good to see you.
I am like that.
I hope you're
just
doing
hurt
well.
everyone close to me. Maybe I can't run away from it. I'll never run away again. Never.
You said it was safe to use.
I also said it's not yet fully operational. You wanted answers. This was the only way. Did you find any?
At the steelworks. One of us was there. He was captured and examined.
What did they do to him?
I don't know. When I arrived, he wasn't there anymore. There was an outbreak. Everyone perished.
I see.
But there was a doctor who was assigned to examine him. Zibbert. If he's still alive, maybe there is a chance this predecessor is not lost after all.
Or at least he may know what really happened out there.
Such is our calling. Calculating coordinates for the next extraction target. Dr. David Sibbert.
Accurate as always.
Confirmed dive location in A0.
All hope abandon ye who enter here.
What?
The hospital. It's something else. Many of our predecessors fell there. I'll bring back the energy to the A0 sector gate for you. It should be open when you get there.
Alright, I think we will continue for a bit yet. Maybe like another hour. Just to go a little longer today. I can't go super long, but we're probably not finishing this today anyway, like I said, so do more next week. Alright, let's have a look here. We have one small heal. Good on handgun ammo. Shotgun. We should grab torch fuel here. Yeah, it did sound ominous. I don't know if that just means that it's especially dangerous. I mean, I'm sure it is. Or if that means that we'll somehow be fighting, like, reanimated travelers. I don't know if the travelers can be reanimated, like, merged, but maybe. So far, we've only found their corpses, Still can't go this way. Eventually, we'll have to get some sort of key or something. It opens up SB gate over there. And I think, do we still need a key for this? That's another thing. Police station. It's okay. I think we're all good. Let's move it along unless there's anything else here now, but I think so. Not sure where he got to. Okay. To Sector A0 for Dr. David Zibbert. How about a cup of Zibber tea? This world intrigues me a lot, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, not that Callisto Protocol's, like, story, like, chosen story was, like, bad necessarily, but it could have been more, for sure. Not sure which way I should be going here just at the moment. That's the main door. There's stairs this way and the other direction as well. I feel like I remember Sector A before, I'm just not sure if that was a place we went through back this way or if we should be going in the other direction. Figure it out. do want to play some more Helldivers. I haven't really been playing it much lately. I would like to be able to play it with, like, maybe Moisty and Jules or Stouffer, or really, you know, anyone, like, that's on in the morning time for me, but it's kind of hard, though, to do anything at that time of day. Like, I wouldn't necessarily be streaming that at that point of day anyways, but there is stuff back here, because I don't think this was here. Oh yeah, A0. Okay, we were going the right way. But it's just that, like, I've always got shit I gotta do in the morning, and it's really hard for me to, like, get up, get out of bed, get all that stuff done, and then, like, somehow still have time to, like, interact with people. The only, like, the only time I really, like, make, like, a particular exception is, with, like, Charlie's stream, just because she'll be starting around the time that I get up, and usually I'm not really doing anything other than just, like, saying hey in chat, so I can, like, kind of make coffee and do stuff at the same time. You know, and I'll do that for other folks as well, but it's kind of hard to do it in multiple streams at the same time, and if I'm going to try to, like, play something that's a different story.
Artur, I don't have much time. If you only let me make one phone call.
But maybe we'll stream some Helldivers 2 again here at some point.
How are you feeling, brother?
On occasion.
Holy shit. They want to transport me somewhere. Probably the hospital, but who knows? Maybe they'll just shoot me. Yo, if those motherfuckers try to put a fucking finger on you, relax, Artur, I'll be fine. There's this doctor here. Zibbert, I think. Ask about him at the hospital, okay?
Zibberty, save me!
Take care of yourself, okay? I'm fine. It's just... I don't want to leave these people. I want to be with them now.
Approve of this very democratic, positive decision, yeah. Yeah, we'll do some on stream at some point, and, you know, people can join if they like, you know, anybody.
To those who were sent here after me.
Oh,
If you have been tasked with finding
yeah, I read this before, but this door was shut, I remember.
any sector in the vicinity of the Unity Hospital, you will fall. I am cutting off the path. The chances of traversing it are close to zero. Resources are scarce. Evaluate whether you can be of use to the vocation in other ways.
Bunny's fed, hey, let's go.
Such is our calling.
I've been out of the meta for so long. Yeah, me too. Like, there's honestly been a number. I haven't really played. I think the last time I played just a little bit with, like, maybe Nightmare was probably, like, before the end of the year or something. So I've logged into the game once or twice, but I haven't really done any missions. It's just mainly just to, like, collect medals and check out what's available in the new war bonds, but not really buy them or anything. But yeah, there's been a couple of different new enemy additions, at least since I last played, and there's also new missions and stuff I've never done, like the commando mission thingies that I don't really know exactly how they work, but they seem kind of intense.
A0 sector. Heading forward.
So there's definitely a bunch of, like, new stuff. Shotgun shells, don't mind if I do. Carbine, okay. Hold the phone. We're really gonna need inventory space to pick that up. Hang on. Put this away for a second, and the heal for a moment as well. Javelin LK-102, a burst fire weapon with a high rate of fire. When charged, it launches homing projectiles in full auto. See, this is more what I was thinking of when it came to the dagger. I'm fine with the idea of a full auto weapon, but it needs its own ammo, in my opinion. I think, I don't think the dagger is bad if you, like where I'm at now, kind of like end up with like a bit of a surplus of extra pistol ammo. But be sick too. You know, because especially for one thing, it's like, it's nice that they share an ammo type so that you don't have to carry another dedicated inventory slot worth of ammo. So I get all that. However, it just means that you're kind of going to then ultimately probably choose between the sword and the dagger, because the sword's charge shots versus the dagger's rapid fire are going to be like one or the other. You know, which choice do you really want to go with? And for that point in the game, especially, I just don't really see the point in using a rapid fire weapon that just consumes all your ammo really fast. Even though it does have higher base damage, I think the charge shots of the sword are probably more worth it just for their higher damage after charging. So that is at least how I look at it. Now, with all that being said, maybe we'll rock it for a minute, but I might store the gun until we get more inventory space, because I'm starting to think, hold on, I gotta look. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, it wouldn't have mattered much because I would have needed a third one anyway, but I wish I had saved those last 2 cores instead of spending them on burn time, because we're now just 2 more further away from an inventory slot that we could have had. But yeah, let's test out the carbine. Did I save it? I probably did, but let me just do it again anyway, just to be sure. Anyway, but yeah, for Helldivers, I definitely want to play some more at some point. I've at least watched some people play, so I'm not completely out of the meta loop in general, but I don't really have like a lot of super credits farmed up or anything, so there's been all sorts of new war bonds that I would love to mess with, but I don't want to spend the money to pay for them, you know, like I would rather have super credits available. And when you have the time to farm, which I used to kind of when I wasn't doing the game dev stuff, but now not only does the game dev just not really give me the time to do that, but it doesn't even really give me the time to stream all that much either, so. Oh, I thought maybe I was supposed to drop to that. Alright, I'm looking for another platform then. Isn't that the one I just came from, though? No, this is a different one. Okay. A little hard to tell sometimes. Whee! So playing Night Rain. Night Rain, I do still contend is a good game, but I do feel like after a point it starts to get a little tiresome, because the game just, it needs more stuff, if we're being honest, right? Like, it needs more maps, it needs more, it doesn't necessarily need more characters, although I wouldn't, you know, it's not like I wouldn't appreciate more. It needs more weapons, particularly from the DLC. More enemies, most particularly the big issue, I see that enemy. The big issue is that unless they've updated it more recently, because I haven't played in a while, there need to be more randomization seeds, because the game itself is not entirely random, it just randomizes map seeds instead. But there's not enough seeds for it to be really feeling like random, because you can go and you can get, not only can you get the same seed 2 times in a row, which really sucks, but you know, if you just play enough times, you're gonna get basically the exact same layout that you just had like on a previous match. And I'm not saying it's bad to ever get the same seed, but you just don't want to be running into the same shit that frequently is all. So I still really like Night Rain, including like a lot of what the DLC added, although some of the DLC map I'm not super fond of, but I just feel like the game overall needs additional content, frankly, in order to keep it fresh. And, you know, it's FromSoft. It was cool that like such an experimental thing for them worked out so well. But for it to have like good longevity, I would just hope that they would maybe do a little bit more with it. But they did say originally that it wasn't really going to be like a live service thing, so I don't really know how much they'll do with it after this point. You almost juked me that time, but said no. Whoa. That's interesting. The building's on a tilt, but you can't tell until you get off of this. Because you're like, oh, actually gravity's this way. Need to remember that I put all my extra bullets away, which I maybe shouldn't have done, but... This is all connected, so it should all burn away. Is there a tank to burn by any chance, so I don't have to use my fuel? Oh, there is, right there. Cool. Beep, 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 beep. Jump down there. Was there anything else over here? I guess we'll make ammo then. Might as well just make handgun for now. All right. I think I'm going to hold off on using the carbine until I run into, like, maybe a slightly beefier enemy. Something that maybe the DPS of the carbine would be good to unleash on. What is that?
I just want to be with him. Bad mother.
There, and then I guess down to there. Some of these sections, again, not to make it too Dead Spacey, but I do feel like some of these sections could deal with some sort of, like, floating enemy or something. Because that might be kind of cool. They've already kind of accomplished, like, a similar thing with just the... spider enemies just crawling along different surfaces, but... Bonk. Do I want to be able to jump to one of those, or should I just... I guess maybe, although... I'm trying to see if there's a tank to burn, but I don't see one currently. Huh. Yeah, the music's here is neat. Is it worth going up there for any reason? Let me just check. Bonk. I think, yeah, we were here already, but I can't really reach that from here. Kind of hard to tell. Like, the navigation in this place is a little, when you're doing these gravity pads, it gets a little wonky to tell exactly where you should go sometimes, so. Just because certain surfaces look kind of samey. And there's not usually a lot of landmarks for you to navigate with, so it gets a little confusing. I feel like I missed a jump pad in there that we...
Rev capsules. Destroyed. So many of them.
Well, maybe we didn't miss it, but... I don't know, it feels like we're going away from that one that I saw before, and I'm not sure how you would get to that one, though. Don't really want to miss anything, though, if I can help it. Let me just, really quickly, I don't know if I can, but let me just go back a little bit and just see if I'm not mistaken here. Oh, wait, I'm not going to be able to go back now. That's cut off there. Yeah. Oh, well, too late now. Maybe we can go back through there later and double check. linkage. Fuck, I really should not spam. Not be wasting bullets. Oh, what the fuck? Oh fuck, I'm dying. Shit. I did not realize I was still in the acid for that long. You're kidding me. What? Okay. Well, that's the first actual, like... Well, did we die once? I'm not sure. I mean, obviously there was like a reload, but I don't think I died before. Maybe I did, though. I think, no, now that I think about it, I feel like I did die somewhere. I just don't remember what killed me. But that was a really bullshit death. It's just... The aim just was not in my favor because it just kind of ended up juking intentionally the one time, but the other time it just happened to rear itself up to attack me and my bullet missed because of that. Alright, the carbine's a little weird though because I thought it was just going to be like a just start shooting sort of situation like the dagger, but it takes a second to like charge up. And then it just starts shooting them out, like homing shots, which is cool, but it doesn't seem like it does a ton of damage, though. I should probably check the stats of it, but it's fine. Didn't I bring... I guess I must have forgotten. That's why I was expecting to have a heal when I did all that last time, and then I was like, why can't I heal? Yeah, I didn't bring a pyre with me either. It's all good. We'll get back to where we were quickly enough. See, that bullshit is what I'm talking about. That really should have hit him, but like his body just... A slight portion of it moved just out of the way. And so the bullet didn't hit. This is part of the thing that the risk you take when you design your game to have awkwardly shaped enemies. Which is fine, it's just, you know, sometimes it means you're not going to hit things when you probably should. All right. Making a game. Yeah, I'm still I'm still working on a deck builder, but I'm taking a little bit of a break from that game because it's kind of a lengthy project. And it's all solo dev for me right now, but maybe, yeah, maybe I was just looking. No, wait, this is the one I wanted to get to before that I couldn't figure out how to get to. So I need to try to see if I can keep that thing's position in mind. So we're here, it's there. So we're gonna jump to here. So, okay, so it's this one over here, I think. So have we been here before? Okay, we have. It's fine. We didn't miss anything, I guess, because it's just for this thing. That's how it seems. So yeah, I'm taking a break from the deck builder at the moment because I was starting to feel a little bit burnt out. It's just part of the solo dev thing being what it is, but also just because there's a lot I have to do for like opponent AI stuff in that game that I'm trying to figure out, and it's going to be kind of a long process, and On top of that, even if I have the person, you know, who originally agreed to kind of work on art for me, ends up still being on board when it comes time for them to start really making some, I'm basically doing everything else, so it's a lot. And I originally was kind of like, well, maybe I'll just work on a different part of the game. But then I just started, I was talking about it earlier, I just started having like a bit of a motivational issue of like, I just kind of started hitting a wall with it and just being like, you know, I really want to try to fix this particular thing, but now I just can't feel like, I don't feel like working on it, and this is becoming a weird roadblock. It's kind of the downside of like my particular flavor of autism ADHD stuff, in that I don't get the typical sort of executive dysfunction. I mean, I do to a degree, but usually I can kind of make myself do stuff anyway. But when I get into certain creative projects, like this has been a lifelong problem for me, I just really want to be able to make things, but I always let the scope get kind of out of control, and then I'll get a good ways into a project, but then not finish it because at some point I'll get stuck somewhere, or I'll get distracted by some other thing, or just life gets in the way, and then I have a hard time completing the project because that dysfunction just kicks in, and it's just like, sorry, there's this insurmountable wall or mountain in front of you now, and you don't want to work on it anymore. Like, you just don't feel like it. Even though you have the desire for it to be made still. But it's like, it just feels like there's this big fucking mental block in your way. You could put away the heal to be able to pick up the carbine and ammo. Yeah, I think so. I just forgot to put a heal or anything back in, which I should have also done now, but I can at least craft one if I need it this time, so. But I think we will not use the carbine on those particular enemies, because it doesn't stagger them anyway. Oh, we got a pyre that time, instead of energy. Well, that should be useful, hopefully. My second shot missed, unfortunately. It seemed like it hit, but I guess not. Because normally 3 shots will kill one of these guys. Crafting in case I need to heal. I guess if you just tap shoot, it actually shoots a few rounds if you don't charge it. It's kind of a weird way it's functioned, but I was kind of hoping to just spend 1 bullet there, but it shot 3. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, so what I was saying, I'm taking a break from the card game, but I'm working on a smaller scope horror game at the moment. I'm trying not to let the scope of that ball out of control because I already have a lot of ideas that I want to put into it. And I'm still just mostly fleshing out a bunch of stuff for it right now. I haven't gotten particularly far into it or anything. But I've kind of wanted to make a horror game for a while now, and when I say horror, I don't mean necessarily just pure horror stuff. I want it to be something that I would enjoy playing, and I don't typically enjoy those, like, Outlast 1 and 2, or other, like, walking simulator horror games where all you really do is look at stuff and then it spooks you. I'm not, no diss against, you know, those games, but I don't really get scared by that stuff, and I feel like that's generally the appeal of playing those games, or watching someone play them, which is why I don't stream them either, because if I don't really get spooked by it, and you're not going to see me get spooked by it anyway if I'm not on camera, but even if you don't hear me get spooked by it, I feel like it's not going to be as entertaining. Like, I might have commentary that could be entertaining on it, perhaps. Outlast Trials is different. I feel like because you get just enough stuff to be able to fight back with, I like Outlast Trials. Even though it's not a game that I want to play all the time, you know, but a lot of that's more just to, similar to Helldivers, it's like, it's good to do here and there, but because the missions take a while and stuff, like, it's not something you necessarily want to play hours of, necessarily. I mean, for some people they do, but for me, I can't play more than like a couple missions in a row and then I gotta be done. It's kind of like a nice, you know, thing to revisit here and there. But yeah, and it's much better in co-op, I think. It could be fun solo too, but it's a lot more enjoyable with your friends, like most games, honestly. But anyway, so I want a game that will have combat in it, so it's going to be more survival horror-esque. But just to give you a little bit of insight, it's probably not going to involve shooting anything. I think it'll be more hack and slash, but not in a like actiony way. It's more going to be that you, possibly first person, possibly for first or third person, or a mixture or something, you are going to probably have one or a variety of different melee type capabilities that you can use. Maybe some other abilities, I haven't really decided yet. But fighting will be a desperate act of survival. That's the plan. I don't want it to be unfun. I want it to still be fun to fight things, but part of the scariness in the design that I'm going for is that combat should feel not necessarily overly brutal to the extent that I have to do a crazy amount of design work for it, but for it to feel challenging, not impossible to overcome, but challenging to an extent where it's like this game, it's very tightly designed. You're not necessarily going to want to just fight because you don't have endless amounts of resources to spend. You know, things like health or other like resources that you might need will be in very short supply. Enemies may in fact like respawn, or not even respawn, but they may just not stay dead if you do kill it, outside of perhaps using a rare resource. Similar to like Resident Evil 9 for something recent. You know, if you don't kill certain zombies, they come back as blister heads, so maybe you might want to use a hemolytic injector to blow up their corpse so they don't come back, right? Similar sort of thought process, and lots of other games have done this stuff. Signalis would be another one off the top of my head for something that I've played on stream. You have to use flares to burn corpses of the enemies, otherwise they usually at some point might get back up. Similar sort of thing, The Evil Within does that shit. You know, just that sort of general concept, except it'll be kind of a rare resource if I go that route. So the point will be that combat should be decisive in the sense of like, maybe some rooms you may have to fight, but you're not really going to want to tangle with multiple enemies at a time if you can help it. And if you do fight and you manage to dispatch your enemies well enough, you're going to have to then juggle the possibility of like, am I going to have to return to this area? And if so, is it then worthwhile for me to try to get rid of this enemy permanently, because they're probably not going to stay down? And if they do get back up, especially if I'm lingering in this general vicinity, not necessarily this room, but the vicinity in general, is it going to pursue me? Is it going to hunt me down, you know? So I want the atmosphere above all to be very spooky, scary, to feel kind of tense. But for other, you know, for the rest of the sake of gameplay, you know, combat will be something that you can do and should be challenging, but not necessarily unfair or unfun, but still be, you know, coming with a sort of intensity that you're just going to be second guessing whether or not you should be fighting certain things, instead of just walking into a room just being like, oh, I can totally kill this fodder enemy, no problem. You know, I want the enemies to feel kind of like they're sort of gripping in that way of like, you know, maybe you'll be a little scared to fight, maybe not. It depends on the player, but more so that I just want it to still feel like you are really trying your best to survive. I hope that all makes sense. That's weird. Oh, hello. Is there one behind me? Nope. He's standing right behind me, isn't he? starting to get more weird hallucinations, or possibly just temporal shit. I don't know if what we're seeing is real or imagined, or if it's possibly real, but it's just weird time shit happening. I'm still trying to figure that shit out. Oh, I see what we need to do. Can't jump from that far, but we can get on the train and make a bridge that we can move. Whee! Fun. I didn't really see anything else on there to loot or anything, so.
Caution advised.
Who are you advising caution to? You're here by yourself. Should I, like, not step near the edge? It does kind of look sort of breakable. Alright, let's see. Nice. We have a free heal, and that's locked until we can break the other side. Looks like we can go that way. That might be a... yeah, it's a drop down. Something big and breathy in there. Sir, you left your lights on.
Doctor? Oh, thank God. I'm looking for my mother. Have you seen her somewhere?
No, sorry. Maybe she's been evacuated with the other residents.
I don't know. Nobody wants to tell me anything.
Calm down. Maybe she's already in the hospital with the others.
The hospital. Your brother. Gabriel, is he still there?
I don't know where he is. Hop in. I'll take you there. It's along the way.
Oh. Do you think you'll find him?
I don't know. But I heard from a mutual friend of ours. I think she knows something.
Wait. You mean Veronica?
Okay. Do a whiff there. Shit. Space. For a medium heal and for a warmer. Alright. Probably have to come back for that stuff because I don't think I'm definitely not using or wasting anything to grab that. Alright, I guess let's go see what's big and breathy down here. Oh, what's this? Where are you? She couldn't have left on her own. Maybe they took her away. She was sick after all. Neighbors constantly complained about her. They hated her. I have to figure out how to get to the hospital without getting caught by the soldiers. Mom, where the hell are you? I was gone for only one night. So it's probably Angela again, or whatever her name was. I think it was Angela or something like that. Okay, now you're exactly the type of big enemy I want to try this on. still very unsure as to exactly what the good strategy for armored enemies is here. I don't know if the, like, exactly how much the carbine really did there, but oh, whatever. We made some space. We did have to use all of our fiery shit. Oh, thanks for getting rid of the bot. Yeah, it's been like 4 bots today already. Lame shit. And we've already got the best viewers. We don't need more. Or rather, we don't need your pretend best viewers. Could always use more viewers, but not fake ones. Alright, is the door that we saw near here? It is, good. So I want to go get those items. I'm going to have to stash some stuff first, though. Stash. Okay, that's 1 of 3 cores that we need. Alright, let's go grab those items really quick and then we'll come back and see what we can do and save and all that. Yeah, I'm still not really too sure about the carbine either. Like, it's good as an additional weapon, but as previously stated, having to carry not only an extra weapon, but also the ammo for it is a lot of inventory space. Glad you have some flexibility time-wise to stream again. Yeah, it's still not great just because I'm trying to hold myself to staying on the game dev stuff on top of work, but I do want to manage my time a bit better, and I do really want to be able to stream still. It's not going to be any sort of regular scheduled thing, but if I can still stream like here and there and not have like a month between streams, then I'll be pretty happy. I almost wish you could buy a core, like if there was just one for sale at some point. Now this thing is desperately going to need upgrades if we're going to keep using it, because the damage is quite low. Maybe we should save for a pistol and shotgun upgrade first, though. With that being the case, I'm not sure if I should hold off on using the carbine at all, or just keep it in the inventory anyway. Because this is kind of a big expense for like a small upgrade. It's only a little, it's only 7 more damage. So it's only a little bit more. That's not a terrible thing, it's still DPS. I think let's just go ahead and do it. The next upgrade is 69. Going up to 18 probably won't hurt either for the rate of fire. I think I'll save what I have now, though, to try to get towards the pistol and shotgun damage upgrades, too, or at least the next javelin damage upgrade. Okay. Do I want to stash something? Perhaps. Maybe. Guess I'm probably okay, but I should grab a fuel, but that's gonna have us be... Oh, right, I put it in the stash, that's why. We really desperately need inventory space for sure. Let me save it and then we'll listen to this. Go for a little bit longer yet, but not super long. Let's see how things go. This viewers also talk. The viewers don't even view, let alone talk. Yeah. No, I realize like a lot of people on Twitch do view botting. I know Twitch said they were going to crack down on it, but I honestly don't know how much they really have. I think they just kind of issued a bit of a threat to crack down on view botting, but I'm not really sure that people have really seen any sort of actual enforcement. I think it's more just people probably got scared and tried to undo some of their view botting, but it's probably gone back up for some of those people now because I doubt Twitch has actually done much of anything about it. So I do understand the point of view botting, like as far as at least like having a more immediate benefit of like maybe the algorithm will pay more attention to my stream. It may get recommended to more people if I just have a more regular viewership of like 50 to 100 people or something. Doesn't view botting cost money? I think so. Yeah. I've never done it. There might be some free ways to do it, but I don't know how reliable they are. I mean, there's got to be some benefit to view botting aside from just selling off your information or something, but the point is, like, I can understand why some people would do it, like, starting out, if there was, like, an easy, cheap, or free way to do it, to just be like, yes, now Twitch's algorithm will pay attention to me, and I won't be constantly ignored, and possibly that will mean, another viewer or two, like a real person, will show up in my chat and say hello, you know. The problem is a lot of these people who do view bot, like they'll do that shit and then they just leave it that way because then they don't want it to change if it would mean that the algorithm would kind of like stop supporting their channel. But moreover, they also don't want anyone to think that their channel has less viewers than it actually does. Because, you know, it's some semblance of status to begin with, but also, you know, it's a metric that will again make your stream seem more successful and possibly get you more opportunities. So I can understand to a point, but for any of the bigger streamers that are doing it, I feel like at that point it's basically just for status. You know, maybe you might get a few more deals if certain people are fooled by, or advertisers might be fooled by the idea that you're consistently streaming to like many thousands of people when it's actually not quite that much or something. But outside of that, I can't see really any real benefit aside from it just being a status thing to you. Either way, it's not something I'm interested in doing. Like, it would be nice if it helped my channel, don't get me wrong, but I don't really intend to pay a bot service or something to pump up my channel's analytics in the hopes that a handful more viewers might come around. It's admittedly very difficult to gain a following on Twitch after, you know, broken up with long breaks, mind you, but after, what am I in, like my sixth year of doing this now? I still have not really had much growth in terms of like the channel. Like, some days are better than others, and, you know, I've largely come to terms with that. It is one of the reasons why I wanted to take a break from streaming, though, is because, you know, sometimes there are days when things just aren't really going great and it just doesn't feel worth it to be streaming. If there just isn't really anybody around to watch and interact, you know, because that's kind of the point for me. It's not really about making money. It's not really about the content. I do Twitch for social interaction and connection. The money part of it is a necessary evil in a sense. Like, it's not evil, but it, like, in the sense that it is appreciated by me because it helps me keep the channel going. Because, you know, games cost money. I don't have a big enough channel to really even like regularly request. I mean, I can request codes for free games, but oftentimes, you know, I'm just going to get ignored because I don't have a particularly big channel. You know, and all of that kind of stuff. Like, it can be an expensive sort of hobby to have, especially if you're trying to like upgrade your PC any sort of regular amount of time. So regardless of the feeling of success with it and whether or not I'd want to do it as like a full-time job or something, I could see myself doing it as a full-time job, should things like ever kind of change, maybe, but it's not really, again, why I got into doing it or anything. So I don't really care about being successful from a monetary standpoint or like having a bunch of subscribers in that way. It's more just that it's nice when I have people around to talk to, you know, because that's why I got into it. It's why I initially got into doing YouTube years before I started doing Twitch. But the problem is that with YouTube, it felt very one-sided. Like I didn't really have much of a connection. And it's not all about, you know, social stuff. Like I don't want it to be this parasocial thing at the same time. Like I'm a very introverted guy. I have my own life that is not really for everybody to share in, but I'm still looking for that kind of social connection aspect through Twitch. You know, I enjoy the interactions I have on here with people. I enjoy the you know, seemingly lasting friendships that I've made with a handful of folks through Twitch, including streamers and non-streamers alike. And not every person is someone that I'm super close with, or ever particularly will be necessarily, because we have very different lives and we only see like this small version of each other that's online or whatever. But you know, there's still something valuable in that for me, and that's why I do it. And so the idea of like view botting just doesn't make any sense to me. You know, I just don't see the point outside of, again, like if it just helped grow my channel a little bit so that I'd have more consistent days of people in here chatting and interacting. Because that's it for me. I'm not great at keeping up with chat. I sometimes miss shit, or sometimes I don't respond to something that's been said in chat for several minutes because I don't see it right away, because I get a little bit laser focused on the game that I'm playing or whatever it is I'm doing. Which I always hate. I always feel bad about it. It's never intentional. I don't ever intentionally ignore anybody in chat unless they're being an asshole, I suppose, but that's pretty rare. Usually it's just incidental, accidental, and I really do my best to try to like keep up with people, but you know, I'm a little slow about it. Like I'm not bad at just being like commentating like on stream. Like I don't have a problem with talking. I just don't always like look over at chat and realize that something has been said as quickly as I should. But you know, so it's helpful for me when chat is a little bit more active, and I have this sense that, you know, there's X amount of people watching, so that does have like a passive effect, and that could for some people maybe be a sense of view botting. But if you know that it's bots, I don't know how helpful it's going to be for you. In just knowing that there are people around lurking and hopefully enjoying your stream. So even if people aren't chatting, it can be kind of nice. But again, because I'm kind of interested in the social aspect of it, I don't necessarily really just want people to necessarily watch what I'm doing. I prefer some sort of chit chat at the very least. Anyway, let me, speaking of catch up on chat, I'm thinking about getting Saros next week. Is that out next week, or is it a demo? I really liked Returnal a lot, Miscreant, so I'm looking forward to Saros as well. I just didn't realize it was coming out already, if that's the case. I don't necessarily like, I'm not hyped to play another Returnal per se, but Returnal was something that I enjoyed a lot, and I was surprisingly good at. I thought I would suck at that game. Like, not suck, but I just thought it would be harder than it was for me. And I remember when I streamed it, a number of people like were surprised that I got through it so quickly, and I was like, I don't know, is it hard? Because there were a lot of people who really struggled with the bullet hell aspect of that game, and I was just like, I don't know, for some reason this game just clicked for me. But I didn't play it super long. Like I played through, and I did grind through to get the full ending, so I guess I played it enough, but I didn't do all the true ending stuff on stream. I did like the first act ending and the second act ending on stream, and then that was kind of it. And then I did all the grindy stuff off stream. But once I got the like true final ending, I was kind of done with the game. So I certainly don't mind playing something again like it. And it does seem like they're going to put in enough different things into Saros to make it probably interesting. So it doesn't feel like just like Returnal. It might sound backwards, but I don't really approach horror with the intent to get scared, and because of that, I tend to gravitate towards horror game content creators that don't get scared either. Right, so like, you're a lot like me in that regard. You and I both like horror as a genre for all of the other visceral things that it does to your brain aside from just making you scared, because that's how it is for me. Like whether it's kind of like a morbid curiosity thing or just, you can be a fan of gore, you can be a fan of weird body horror, or just any type of horror, really. It doesn't have to be body stuff. And not be having it be about the scariness of it. It'd just be like, oh, that's such a cool concept and idea, and that's so freaky and fucked up. But it's not like you're reeling from the spookiness of it either. Seeing people freaking out about everything gets old really quick, and I find funny, interesting, and sarcastic commentary a lot more entertaining because it's more in line with my own reactions to horror. Yeah, I think that there's definitely people that I enjoy watching sometimes who are like us in that regard as well. But there are times as well I also enjoy or just have a laugh over, at people like being scaredy cats, like going through a game. Like there's times, I think the time when it gets irritating or not necessarily irritating, but you'll get your fill of it very quickly is when you can tell that it's fake. With a lot of YouTubers out there, you can just really tell when they go through a horror game that they're just reacting and they're screaming their lungs out and all that kind of shit. And it's very forced, and you can tell that it is. And that sort of shit is just like, I can't stand it. I'm just like, sorry. It's not fun if you're not either. Like, I would much rather that you just do the sarcastic thing if you're not really genuinely scared, because it could still be fun in its own way if you do that. But if you're just going to pretend to be scared, it doesn't feel genuine at all. And I don't really watch people who are particularly disingenuous. I prefer people who are real and genuine. I certainly try to be myself, generally. Which is why most of my stream content is very like stream of consciousness stuff. I don't, it's maybe not the best commentary. I'm not always the most witty person, on Twitch or anything, but I just yap a lot, and that's hopefully good enough for some people. Interesting though. So people who have 100 viewers might, in reality have like 35 or less. Yeah, I think that's the case for some, at least. I don't know how consistent that is these days, and if Twitch has been cracking down on it or not, but it doesn't seem like they really have, because viewbotting is apparently still an issue, and it certainly gets advertised by these viewbotting bots all the goddamn time. So, but Twitch seemed to be under the impression, as many streamers seem to be under the impression, that viewbotting has been a problem for a while, in that there are a lot of streamers who pump up their views with viewbots. Not being a big streamer, I don't know what other benefits it might give you, aside from maybe helping you reach partner, which is something I did kind of gloss over. But yes, like if it did help you reach partner more consistently, then that could mean getting more money via Twitch, which is just another reason why you wouldn't want to then stop viewbotting, because if your viewership suddenly dropped below that amount, it's not to say that you'll get unpartnered right away, but they could decide to unpartner you at some point if they thought that your viewership tanked. Moreover, if you just switched it off immediately, then if Twitch decided to investigate that, they might be like, oh, you kind of did this sort of fraudulently, and we're really not happy about that. So they might just decide to ban you overall because of it, which would obviously not be good. So anyone doing the viewbotting thing might be obviously a little afraid to just turn the viewbots off after the fact if they were just trying to push to partner, quickly. And I'm always a little sus of some streamers who seem to blow up in popularity hyper fast, but at the same time, like, the way algorithms and communities push things, it's not to say that those things are inorganic and fake per se. It's just weird, though, how some become hyper popular overnight in certain cases. Because you can expect certain things to pop off for sure when you've got like enough content out there, especially if you're like diversifying your content with like shorts and all sorts of shit. But some other streamers and stuff, like, or just content creators, will just seemingly blow up out of nowhere without really doing anything different. You're just kind of like, that's strange. Did the algorithm just now suddenly start being kind to you, or is something different? Yes, you shouldn't feel obligated to buy games. I wish I were rich, I'd give you a game. Well, I appreciate the sentiment for sure. Like, I certainly don't expect anyone to subscribe. It's nice when people do, and it's very, very much appreciated, of course, and let alone like gifting a game or anything like that. It's all helpful and appreciated and all that, but like I said, for me, I'm just happy to have people here, really, in whatever capacity they want to be here. It's nice to have the support. It helps me continue to do this sort of thing. in any sort of capacity, but it's not something I expect of people or want anyone to feel obligated to do or to put themselves in a bad situation in order to do it. Like, if extending stretching out your own finances just to have a subscription going is going to make life harder for you, then I would never want anyone to do that. I would be very happy instead if you were just kind of like, I really want to avoid ads, so I'm going to pay the amount for Twitch Nitro or something, but I'm not going to individually subscribe, even though it helps the Twitch streamers themselves more if you subscribe to their channel. It's hard, obviously, to keep up tons of subscriptions if you watch a bunch of people on Twitch, so you might prefer to just go with Nitro. And I feel like the majority of streamers who are, decent people are going to totally understand why you might do such a thing, because they're happy to just have you there around, because it's, even outside of the social aspect, it's still helpful for the channel to have people in your chatting. So, it's not really necessary for people to necessarily need to subscribe. And for me, it's definitely not something I want anyone to feel like they have to do. Certainly appreciated for those who do, of course, but April 30th, 28th if you buy the deluxe. Oh, so they do like the deluxe lets you play a couple days early thing. I gotcha. I don't know that I would go for deluxe for something like Saros, unless I like really want the skins, but I doubt it. I'll probably just get the base version. Anywho, I don't even have Prime. This thing remains after I canceled it. That's very fair. Let's continue for a little bit.
I'm unable to make any more dives. Although I managed to extract my target, returning to the terminal without the right equipment seems impossible. The only way I can be useful is to facilitate traversal through this sector for my successors. I intend to patch up what has been torn by the impact of the anomaly.
Oops, I did not mean to close that, but
protocol. Such is our calling.
Switch pages, oh well. Alright, I guess we're about as set up as we're gonna be for now. I would love to be able to have space for other shit, but we'll just continue on for the moment as is. We did save it, I believe, so... Oh, it's locked. Accidentally joined and immediately got them to refund, but I still have the Twitch Prime Crown. I used to have Prime when I split with my sister, but I have to move away. Had to move away. It's a long story, but she doesn't split with someone who gets the school discount. I gotcha. That makes sense. Alright, let's see. We're gonna grab boot situation up there. Looks like down that way as well. It's also locked. Burning out. Lack of electric power, hot water, sanitation. Fuel supplies are dwindling. This is not only makes transport difficult, also utilization. If you buy something like 35 or more and you get free shipping for 24 hours, then you cancel the first order. I do have Twitch Prime, so I use, I do have Amazon Prime, so I do use my Prime sub for, I think, for Charlie's, yeah, it's for Charlie's, Twitch, and then I have, like, a couple of streamers that I watch that I keep subscriptions going for, but that's about it these days. I had to cut a bunch, as much as I hate doing it. You know, it's just not realistic to be able to keep subscriptions going, especially if you're not really around to watch. Comic, Agent Cutters, and the Secret of the Dream Eater. I do kind of hope at some point we will find, like, an eventual end to the bolt cutter doors, just so we don't need to carry the bolt cutters anymore. I mean, I could put them in the stash, and then whenever we scout out the doors, we could, then use them, or, like, go retrieve them, I mean, but, got a pyre in there, and an extra thing of scrap to come back for. We're alive. It adds up. Yeah, it definitely does. Like, everything is so subscription based these days. Like, it just feels like everything just adds up, even regardless of just Twitch. Twitch is a luxury that I'm happy to be able to afford some of, but even if, you know, realistically I maybe shouldn't as much as I do, just to save even more money. Must be one on the other side of this wall, because it... Thankfully not you. Alright, who else is there? My only current sub, I think, is PSN. PSN gets expensive, too, man. That's what I mean, is, like, you gotta have, like, a different subscription for every little thing, and everyone keeps raising their prices, and it's just... It's a lot, man. Use Tubi. Find shows and movies online if I really want to watch. But I haven't been watching shows and movies for a bit. Definitely love them, though. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, like... I do watch, like, some show stuff here and there, just because I will have a little bit more time for that sort of stuff. But I rarely watch movies anymore, because I just feel like I don't really have the time, or really the interest in most movies that come out these days. Some, you know, I will definitely make an exception for, but... Yeah, I'd love to be able to move if she would stop being stuck. Thank you. Oh my god, she gets stuck on fucking everything, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Fighting enemies like that in these, like, narrow-ass hallways where she just gets stuck on every little thing is just not great. Thankfully, most environments in this game don't suffer from that problem, but there are a few. Probably would be too difficult for me to get rid of right now, seeing that I can get a variety of stuff that I need delivered to my door without paying a shit ton extra for home deliveries. I can't really go shopping myself nowadays. And there's the Fallout TV show and the option to use the Prime sub. Yeah, you know, I enjoy various benefits through Prime as well that kind of make life a little easier at the moment, but... Music was cool. Another subscription for all the music. Yeah. I don't really listen to music via Amazon. I was using Spotify. I still occasionally will, but like mainly rather than keep a Spotify premium thing going, I already pay for YouTube Premium, so I'm just kind of listening to music on there a lot of the time if I'm really wanting to listen to something. The quieting. I bury them. I swear they didn't suffer. I swear to God. Let's not jump anywhere yet, because that may take me away from... Well, I'm not sure we're jumping here. This may just be a way of climbing up. Let me just see if there was anything else out this way. May have to craft a heal. We'll see what we come across. I'm trying to remember what was in that one room. Bro, the fact that you did not attack me when I like ran out right next to you is a little crazy. I'm glad that you didn't, but very surprised at the same time. I get like nothing out here? Nothing else? I climbed up. There was a pyre, another thing of scrap available if I want to make something. We can make more carbine ammo to use up some of our scrap and cartridges. Yeah, let's do that, and then let's go grab that pyre and scrap that was down here before I forget about it. I do not have a heal, nor do I have space for one at the moment, so I'm not full up on HP either, so it could be a little dangerous, but let's see. Oh, let's go here. I have PSN Essential, which I pay yearly with the Christmas gift money. Amazon Prime, also yearly because it's a lot cheaper. Yeah. Then it's Nextcloud and Phylin, which are both monthly, and my email is very low yearly fee, the lowest tier. Gotcha. I don't, as of this point, have to pay for the YouTube Premium because that was set up with like a family account thing a while back that my mom's actually still paying for, but she shared that with like myself and my brother at least. I think maybe my grandmother too. Not sure. So I don't know what she's paying for that, but I still benefit from it, so I guess that's nice. I wouldn't mind paying for it myself, but it's nice to not have to. But I pay for the other things that I mentioned for myself. Radio Journal, please, if anyone is listening, we have run out of food and fuel supplies. I don't know how long we have left. You have to find us. I'm giving you the coordinates. We are in New Dawn. We are dying. Both of those guys are alive. The annoying evolved old ones too. Yeah, genuinely, I kind of just don't know where to even shoot a lot of the time on those guys. You just kind of pray that it penetrates enough to do the work, which it did. But I know a lot of those projectiles bounced off. I have patched YouTube. There you go.
It must have been Gabriel's apartment once.
It's nice when you use a family plan. I miss those days. It's a good one to have in YouTube Premium. Even if YouTube has a lot of garbage, I don't know. I like to have it on, have it on once in a while. Game and stuff, or just lounging, but I'm always looking for new videos to watch. Well, I do the same thing. I rarely actually like pay attention to a lot of stuff on YouTube. Every once in a while, I'll watch like a video essay or something like that. But a lot of what I use YouTube for these days, I like not having the stupid ads, thankfully. So having the free premium is really nice. But I'll listen to like podcasty shit sometimes when I'm doing other stuff and working, or listen to music. And on occasion, if it's a video I'm interested in but don't really feel like I need to watch it directly, I will put that on my side monitor while I'm working and just kind of listen / occasionally look over at it. So there's always like a backlog of videos like I want to watch because I don't really actually take much time watching shit, but I either get around to it eventually or I just get rid of get rid of it out of my like watch later or open tabs, you know, thing. Just I'm just like, eh. Because there's definitely a lot of like just random garbage on YouTube, and sometimes there's really nothing like great to watch on there. But you know, if you can just throw a video up on your side monitor while you're doing something else, that can be fun. You know, gaming YouTubers aren't the best a lot of the time. There's still some I'll watch, and I always think about watching a walkthrough, but I don't have the attention span. For certain things, like I like occasionally watching a speed run when I'm just like taking a break from other stuff, because they're usually, depending on what it is, it can be short enough. But yeah, like if it's a longer term playthrough of something, sometimes I do want to watch certain playthroughs, especially if it's a game that I also played. I might be like, ooh, I want to see how this person got through it, you know. But again, I won't necessarily watch it directly. I might just put it on my side monitor and then just kind of like sort of passively absorb what they had going on and pay attention to certain moments and then not so much in others. I ain't giving Google money. Very fair. My role model is my dad. My dad works as a shift supervisor at a steel factory in our beautiful city. He is in charge of helping workers like Uncle with their problems. Mom tells me he also organizes strikes for them and fights for their rights. Mom is angry and sad because he's not home. He's been gone for a very, very, very long time. My sister and I miss him very much. He promised that when all this is over, we will go see the Wavell Castle. And he always keeps his promises. But Dad is very sick, and Mom says that he will only come back when he recovers. My sister and I miss her dad very much. I miss him a little more. Barricades. Sick, we got another core. We just need one more now. So it's taking up space in my inventory again, so now I can pick up this heal that I would love to have. I don't want to, like, waste ammo just to make room. Gabriel's wife. Is there a place out here I should be able to see the anomaly to affect it? Seemed like it. I wish I could just use the heal off of the table where it sits. Because I'm not really in need of a medium heal that badly, but I am hurt badly enough that it would still be useful. I wouldn't have to worry about coming back for it at all either. Alright, where am I going now? There's this jump pad. Well, now I have exactly enough space to go pick up that heal, so I'll just go do that really quick. And use it and make more ammo if we need to. Oh, that's... Oh, no, it is medium. Okay, I thought I misread it as small for a second there. I watch them live. I guess there's this one small streamer I watch who speedruns Resident Evil games. Good times. Yeah, I'd really like to get back into trying to speedrun Resident Evil games. But as it is with anything else, it's just, it takes time to route and practice those games, and that's just time I don't really have. I was very tempted to get into RE9 speedrunning, but I don't think it'll be the most approachable for me at this point. Fuck. Timing for that, at least. Not that I really wanted to use the heal that badly from that enemy, but oh well. Burning bodies, disposal of bodies, lack of fuel for cremation, lack of fuel for bulldozers. Digging ditches by hand is a waste of manpower. The number of bodies awaiting burning is increasing. Bridge is finally created. It's a one-time use anomaly, so we don't have to worry about doing anything back and forth. Since we've had to go back a couple times for things here and there, we haven't really left anything in this building, I don't think, so we should be okay to just move on as soon as we see the path forward. Alright, let's store our second core here. Just need to find one more of them. We have a pyre. I might just leave it as one for now, in case we end up needing space. So I'm going to want to grab a torch fuel anyway. I'm going to continue to go without heals for the moment until we can get another inventory upgrade. Foolish though that may be, I think we'll just save our money for now. I should probably wrap it up here, but I want to go just a little bit further yet. Hopefully there will be a save point after not too long, once we pass this bridge. As soon as I figure out where I'm going to get there. this door is open. I guess it just must be up here. More fun to just play them your way. I don't think you like speedrunning. I mean, I do like speedrunning to a degree, but it depends on the game. And I have done speedruns of some of the other Resident Evil games, especially in the past, like the classic ones, but and I've done some kind of like casual-ish speedruns of Resident Evil 2 Remake, but oh, sorry. Gotcha. Okay, well, we don't have any heals, so, but we did just save it, and we can craft a heal. I don't know why we have a big guy stuck in the halls. This setup reminds me of all things, Shadows of the Damned. I did stream that a while back, when the like remake of it came out. Just these like I don't know what to call these structures, these little individual shop stalls. Bodega-esque shit. Okay, you're not alive, but you are. I think you are not alive, thankfully. But there's a moment in Shadows of the Damned where he's got, I think, an armored head. Didn't realize there was two of you. Okay, done and done, I guess. I was expecting that to last a little bit longer yet. I guess those guys died to that last shotgun blast. Alright, what is this? A fuse that we're gonna need? Yes, it is. I'd say that section went surprisingly well. I kind of wasn't really expecting the entire thing to kick off when I attacked that one, but I'm not sure why I thought it would go that way. I should have assumed that it would aggro everything as soon as I attacked something. Put that back together just in case. Is there something there? Oh, there's another fuse. They stack? No. Okay, well, we should go find out what they go in, I suppose. This guy. Put one in for the moment. I don't want to advance anything just yet until I finish having a look around for loot and stuff. should open the door. Guess we got everything. I don't really see anything else. Alright. Now we did use up all of our fuel and pyres. We could craft fuel, though, which will give us 2 instead of 1. Yeah, sure. Challenge runs I have done. Well, here I was thinking that we were done with this, but I guess I'm glad I kept some shit here. It's a big fucker, too. That didn't work. Did he kill the little guy by chance? Or did he, like, absorb the little guy? What happened there? I think I'm going to try to utilize these explosives since they respawn a fair bit for this enemy. Tee-hee, I'm over here. I really don't like how in the corner this one is, but I have no idea if this is really doing much, but I have to hope that it is doing something. What? Shit. Alright, I think it helped. Pretty good overall. So we'll put these back together just in case. Again. Fuses and bolt cutters, this really is a horror game, yeah. Sure is a horror game of all time. It makes it sound like it's bad. It's quite good. I'm enjoying it a lot. We have a couple of spots we can jump to, but maybe not jump back. Can't reach that one. Sure is dark down here. think this was for the optional loot. Military radio. Okay, valuable electrical. I think they all say the same thing. Alright. Whee! Is that one there? Does this go backwards? Hold on. It's kind of hard to keep in mind exactly where everything is. Yeah, because I went there. Okay. So we want to go here now. Because this isn't just a, you know, can you rotate shapes in your mind question. This is a, can you rotate the entire world in your mind question? And yes, I can, but when there's also fog and debris and everything everywhere, and not really a lot of noticeable landmarks, it doesn't really make it any easier to see where anything is. So therefore, remember it all. I think this was the far away one that I spotted before. Just see. I just want to make sure there wasn't like an optional thing that I missed here. We came from there, and I was seeing the faraway one there, which is this. Okay. Okay, as you say there. I hope we can get up right in here, because otherwise we're going to be trying to walk on the side of a building without grav boots, and that's probably not going to go well. Alright, I think once we get to the next save point, that will probably be where I will wrap it up for the day. I don't know if I should probably shoot that just because it's in the way. Yeah. Shoot. There's gotta be some treasure or something over here. I didn't see that there was a jump pad behind it at first, so... Oh, cat. Now, are you a cat? For real? I still think one of these times it's gonna not be a cat. I mean, maybe the cat, you know, if we see a cat, it should be a real cat, but I feel like sometimes, you know, one of these times it's gonna sound like there's a cat, and there won't actually be one, it'll be a trap.
How did you get here, anyway?
Gus.
Thank you. It probably wasn't easy to
There's our core that we needed. I would make handgun ammo, except I can't fit it anywhere right now. Shoot. Space. To get that chemical. I mean, it's only a chemical that we're leaving behind at the moment, so it's not the worst, but I'd still like to come back for it if I can. So let's see, we can go there. If we were jumping from there, would we have just been going to the same place that this is going to take us? Which is down there. I don't know if we can go back. I mean, if it's only one chemical we're missing, it's not the end of the world, but it would be nice to be able to use it. But I do need to find a save point here, so I can get shit out of my inventory and make space for other stuff. I don't think I can go back, at least not from that direction. This direction. Running low on pistol ammo for the moment here. sort of don't want the game to give me more because I don't have space for it in the inventory. But I will take carbine and shotgun as long as I can fit it anyway. I would mainly prefer just getting a save station though. My combination of words into one has backfired. Oh wait, what did it say? I don't think it showed me. Did it get auto-modded or something? Combine cat and trap. Oh. Yeah, it didn't show up in my chat. It must have been like an automod thing. Alright, how much more shit are you gonna make me fight before you give me a checkpoint? So I do really want to get stuff out of my inventory here. Usually when it comes to Twitch chat, there's a lot of things I can see in Twitch chat, but when it comes to the OBS version of chat, it's a little weird about it sometimes. Like, it won't show you certain things. You guys better not be infinite. Okay. Well, we got through that whilst maintaining, keeping our torch fuel, but at what cost? Well, I'll tell you what cost. The cost of most of our carbine ammo, but we now have space. We could... hold on. We could make handgun rounds, and we probably should. Was there chemicals lootable from down here? Can't get back to that other one, but there might have one out here. Enough to make another 5 if we want, or to heal. We'll hold off on that for the moment, in case we need a heal. I'm on the next fishing challenge. Catch 760 fish in Burning Springs. Oof, sounds like a lot. How many fish do you typically catch at once in the game? Is it just one at a time? This is just one of 5 characters too. Eesh. The only game I feel like I've ground up fishing all that much in the past was World of Warcraft, and having done that like one time at a certain point in one of the expansions was kind of enough for me. I think it was like during the Wrath of the Lich King one, which was kind of the last expansion I really enjoyed anyway, but getting the fishing up really high in that just not only took forever, but just it gets annoying. Because after a point you're just kind of like, could I just set this shit to a macro or something? I really don't want to have to like manually fish all the time, because it's just kind of so mindless that I just don't really want to have to babysit this thing and press these buttons and click stuff over and over again, like... But it, you know, at the same time, like, fishing mini games can be kind of relaxing if it's what you need right now, or if it's what you're into. I don't have to do these, it's just me being a completionist. Oh yeah, I totally get that, but it's not like I had to do the fishing in WoW either, but fishing was one of those profession skill thingies that anyone can do, so even if you have other professions already, you can also do fishing. Like fishing and first aid and cooking, I guess. Eventually they did like inscription as well was a thing you could do. So those ones are like free professions that everyone can do if they want to engage with it. And it's nice, you do get some good things with it, especially like the combinations of like fishing and cooking can give you some nice like buff food and stuff like that for dungeons and shit, but you know, it gets tedious at the higher end. Diploma, commemorative diploma for Mr. Anthony Surma, the author of the Workers Unite Monument, for his contribution to the socialist visual identity of New Dawn, Minister of Culture and Sports, Andres... Sorry. Push it, or actually it might need, yeah, it needs to come backwards and we just need to go around. There's probably going to be a save point up here soon. The essence. As I have agreed with my angel, who now impatiently visits and watches over me if he wants to save me, you must let me save you first. The similarity in this arrangement is obvious, almost cliche, but I am the smarter one here, for I know that it can only be done in one way. By saving you from being lost to oblivion, by saving you through my work, but as I watch you, I know I have to sketch quickly to capture your essence. I see you becoming the combined embodiment of all God has chosen to bestow upon me. Interesting. Don't really need a heal at the moment, but I have to use it to make space. I guess we might as well, because we're not full anyway. On like high yellow. Sculptor's basement key. The deliverance. I give up. I can't keep you in a cellar like some wild hungry beast. I know all too well how it is. I know that you also crave freedom, and that can only be given by sweet inexistence, but do not be afraid, for inexistence is coming. For the angel took pity on me, and he turned a blind eye to my hubris. He promised that in his mercy he will end your ever-growing misery. Sadly, I will not be there when you embrace peace, for the angel has become impatient and is already spreading his claws over me. You will cease to exist, but I don't know what will happen to me. Will I go somewhere where I can wait for you, or will we never meet again? Or perhaps I will end up between nowhere and never. And there, too, my debt will eventually catch up to me. It sounds like the sculptor was maybe assimilated as well into the collective, if the angel is one of the travelers. Interesting, though, that they made like an arrangement for joining rather than just kind of taking them by force. Sorry, is the basement here or elsewhere? don't know that I've seen... Oh, wait, there was a door that was locked out here, now that I think about it. I'm not sure if we could have just missed that, or if we would have had to do this anyway. We probably have to do it anyway. At least the key isn't in my inventory for long. I suspect you are not going to stay that way. You're probably... I mean, you appear to be made of stone, but I feel like you're probably not really stone. It doesn't show me as you being alive, but that doesn't... I'm not going to assume... Even if this doesn't get up, then something over the other room's probably going to get up. Some shit. I don't know. We're going to get attacked by something, most assuredly. Best assured. I think I quit WoW way before that. I didn't play much. I just can't with MMO combat or too many quests that are either kill 10 of these enemies. Yeah, WoW is a very acquired taste. It's very easy to get burnt out quickly on a game like that, and I can't tell you how many times I've come back to that game and gotten burnt out of it very quickly, and other times where I've stayed with it for a while. It mostly was a social thing, again, for me. Because if I was only playing it by myself, and I have done a lot of solo WoW stuff too, but like when I first played it, but I definitely enjoyed it more with like friends I could play more regularly. And there were certain tasks I like doing on my own and all that, but eventually like you just kind of have enough of it, especially once you hit the end game and you are kind of forced to do stuff with other players or just stop playing. I played ESO a bit longer because the quests are more interesting, but I still had the combat I don't vibe with. Yeah, that's fair. I've never really gotten into ESO, but I can see the appeal of it for people. Hold just a minute here, Angel, if that is your name. If that really is your name.
Establishing connection with the phylactery.
Surma Antony. Melee attack and stomp have vastly increased damage. Ew, yes please. I hope that it's a good thing that I'm taking this. Uh-oh. Phylactery full. I have to get rid of something. That's not cool. I don't know that I like that. Deal more damage against burning enemies we could let go of, but the thing is this going to cause... Oof, does this change anything? Because we're removing them from the phylactery. I mean, they should be in the terminal, I think. But I'm not 100% sure if it's going to stay that way. I mean, I do think I do get some benefit from the burning enemies thing. I just don't know how much. Energy found increased slightly has been useful. Maybe we just don't worry about the melee attack and stomp, but I feel like it would be useful to have. Maybe the headshot damage one, but even that is certainly useful. It's just that some enemies we can't shoot them in the head, and other times it's hard to because of the way enemies move and how long you have to charge up shots and stuff, so it's not very guaranteed to be able to get headshots. And it's only for handguns anyway, but am I going to stomp and punch more frequently is the question. As a result of having this, I don't know. I feel like it's too dangerous to take. Maybe we can somehow come back here at some point and get it, but I feel like we're probably just leaving it behind, which sucks. I really wish that they'd just let you keep taking more, but I think we're just gonna let that one go. Because being able to, like, you know, weave in some punches and stomps seems really good, but not if it's at the cost of the other things I'm kind of trying to make use of. Oh wait, it's supposed to go this way. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I really would have liked to have that in addition to the other things, but the other reason why I'm like very hesitant to do it is like, does it change like anything with the phylactery for me? Because it says the Ascendance is pending, and it may just be that they're in the terminal already. I think they might be. But I'm really not too sure if they're really truly in the terminal, or if because the terminal's not online yet, if we can't actually let them ascend yet, you know, like we may need to keep them in the phylactery in order for them to ascend. And it's not like it wouldn't be good for the other guy to ascend too, but we might want to make sure these ones get to ascend first, if at all. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I really want it, but I don't know if it's going to be useful enough to be worth getting rid of the others, even though, like, the burning damage, the headshot damage, those kind of things are sort of situational and don't always really come about, I guess. I still think I'd rather keep them, because most of the time we're fighting things with guns. And being able to use melee a little bit more effectively would have been nice, but again, I don't want to throw my eggs into the melee basket and then lose gun efficacy, you know? As far as Fallout 76 fishing goes, it's a pretty good semi-engaging activity I can do while being active in chat. That makes sense. Interesting. So I just blasted the wall. Shotgun shells, and oh, that's a core. Well, we obviously have to take that, but am I ditching a shotgun shell for a core? Hopefully we can just come back to it. Hold on. Let's see what's this way. I'd like to just find it. It's been a while since our last checkpoint. I need storage space, bro. Okay, I was fairly certain that was it was going to remain a hallucination that we wouldn't have to fight our way out of, because if we had to fight like 6 enemies or 7 enemies that were all surrounding us instantaneously, I was like, wow, this is not going to go well.
He's only 8. I just want to be with him. Bad mother.
A dead end. Dear Comrade Konarski, this case has outgrown the capabilities of the local police, and I must formally request that it be transferred to your office. We are unequipped to handle the growing number of mysterious homicides. The morgues continue to discover strange markings around victims' heads, and our investigation has run into a dead end. The only tangible lead we have are testimonies of people who witnessed mysterious individuals dressed in heavy military gear resembling diving suits. We suspect these might be agents of Western intelligence, but they have covered their tracks well, too well for us. Even if we were to identify and confront the perpetrators, I do not believe we possess the resources to carry out the arrests. I wonder if maybe we can somehow store phylactery stuff when we find a stash again, because it would be nice if we could just kind of like... I might have to ditch a shotgun shell or something here, man. Like, I don't really want to leave that core behind, because we might not be able to come back to this spot. And there's an energy bank thingy. See that guy. because I don't think I can jump back here. I'm gonna go get that core. Maybe the energy bank too, if I have something else worth getting rid of. The only thing I can really feel comfortable at all getting rid of would be the torch fuel, which I really would prefer to just keep, but they've been really stingy about checkpoints all of a sudden. My extremely limited inventory space is still quite limited. But we may be about to be putting ourselves in pretty high risk of throwing at the same time, because we do not actually have much ammo. We don't have any heals carried. And we're going to be getting rid of... What's this? Well, here, let's do this. Delete that one. Pick up the handgun ammo. Load the gun. It's only going to give you one, but it's better than nothing. I'll delete the one extra handgun round. Grab this. Let's get one extra bullet out of it. So we technically deleted a shotgun shell and a handgun round, but I can live with that. The question is, am I also getting rid of torch fuel to pick up this memory bank thing? I feel like, or power bank. I feel like I have to, because those things are like worth 1,000 by themselves, which is kind of a lot to pass up when torch fuel is free a lot of the time, so I'd love to use it instead of waste it, but this is just what we have to do. I am not going to get rid of any more ammo. This is what I'm saying. It's like I just don't really have much to begin with, so I hope that this works out. Alright. Yeah, I've been getting some autosaves, so I'm not overly worried about dying. But I haven't really put myself in necessarily the greatest position for combat either. Simply... Who is reeing at me? I don't see you. Oh, you're in there, I guess. It's using up a lot of our ammo again. But it's fine with me as long as we're not taking damage. I would love to craft anything, but I don't have room, so that chemical's just gonna have to stay there. Just one checkpoint, please. In the midst of all of this shit that I'm having to leave behind. Alright, I think we're gonna get one up here. Yeah, we maybe somehow we can make our way back around in a big loop or something, so that we might have another chance at getting the stomp thing or something, if there's some way to store phylactery essence, but I doubt it. But at least we have finally made it to something, I think, anyway. Can't pick that up right now. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we're good. Thank goodness. Alright, let me stop in at... First go to the workstation once. We sell the memory bank, or the power bank. Bank, excuse me. Come back in here, pick up the medicine. Oh, that's large, okay. Let's supersize it. Grab... We actually have an extra core. That's awesome. Oh, I forgot about the military radio, too. Get that sold as well. Now we have a lot of money as well, which is good. I think we can probably take all of the cores here, because there's like a higher upgrade we could do as well. That's another core. Jesus. Alright. Well, I think we made good use of all the cores at least, but alright, so inventory space, obviously. We'll grab the other core. Yeah, that previous section would have been a little easier if I just hadn't, like on the inventory, if I just hadn't done the burning time thing, because we could have upgraded our inventory quicker. So I wouldn't have had to leave quite as much behind, I think, but it still wouldn't have been too big of an issue. But yeah, so we could do a suit integrity upgrade if we want, which would heal me. Am I at full health though? I am, so let's not do that now. Resource limit up to 6 could be good. It's less chemicals left behind and shit when we're a little lower. I don't know if we desperately need explosion size just yet, though it is helpful. Now let's go resource limit. Then firepower upgrade, I guess, for the pistol to start. That's all we're going to be able to do for firepower for that right now. Stability we can also do, though, which would still be useful, but actually charge time probably before stability. Shotgun's going to cost quite a bit. Javelin is going to cost quite a bit. Let's do the charge time for the pistol. Yeah, that's at max now. Javelin, rate of fire, clip, maybe. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Also, the reload speed on this is actually really slow, but I'm gonna hold off on changing that for now. Okay, is there anything else to loot before we go? I think there might be stuff. Just, first of all, we want more fuel, of course. So at least the one that we got rid of wasn't really a big waste because we didn't have to use anything in its place or anything. So we're all good there. Now I really need ammo. But I might see to that next time rather than planning anything out now. Let's just go ahead and listen to this and then I'll save it, and then I guess that'll be it for today. Can the choir maybe tone it down just a touch? The angels trying to listen?
Every time I manage to weld something, something else rips. Yet, I must try. If I succeed, I might be able to stop the anomaly's negative impact on the surrounding area. Only then will I be able to deliver the long-acquired essence to the terminal.
Welcome back.
Yo, Crypt, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 18 months. I am unfortunately right about to wrap it up, but I will be doing more here soon. Probably not tomorrow or this week in general, unless I get a chance to maybe do something over the weekend possibly, but I will be doing more of this next week and soon also some Pragmata. Let's see, we have shotgun shells. We don't really need more right now. Let's just put 2 of those away. We have handgun ammo, so we'll just take that. Give me one of these as well, so we have it. Okay, so we're actually not hurting on ammo really at all then. I mean, we don't really have carbine ammo, but we're fine, I think. Is there anything else I would want to do? Probably spend some stuff, maybe. Like we could make some carbine ammo. If we want. I think I'll wait on that one. So everything else is refilled. I think we got all of the general loot stuff. Is there something else over here? Not sure what to make of this area. I guess we're going to be going up that way next time. This is a huge server terminal thingy. Alright, let's go ahead and save it then. Okay. Well, we will let ourselves be serenaded out by the angelic choir, I guess. Let's see here. It's gonna get muffled, but yeah, okay. I've been streaming for a while, so I was gonna say I don't think anyone's gonna be on at this point, but that's fine. Okay, well, anyway, I think that's gonna be it for today. I forgot today's my ISP changes over. It's midnight, so my old ISP stops being my provider, and the new one doesn't start until in a few hours, so my Wi-Fi died very suddenly. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad it's back for now. Anyway, yeah, Crypt, I hope you're doing well. Sorry to be running out like right now, but I've already been going a little bit over long. So yeah, I will be doing some more of this next week, if not a little bit sooner. I don't know what days yet. I will let you guys know on Discord as soon as I know, but hopefully towards the beginning or middle of the week, and not like the end of the week. It just depends. I try to coordinate around a few different things, including my roommate trying to be somewhat available so that I'm not having to necessarily take care of the puppy at the same days that I'm also streaming and stuff, just because it makes it easier if I'm not having to rush to do even more things before I stream, and also have to stop early to take him for walks and stuff. Not that I normally mind otherwise, but it's just it's less convenient while I'm streaming is all. But because her schedule's very busy, it's hard to always guarantee anything. So on your phone, internet, I gotcha. Okay. Well, anyway, yeah. So I will let y'all know. I don't know what day yet, or if it'll be sooner, like the weekend. But I will try to let you guys know on Discord if not anywhere else. And yeah, hopefully I will be back pretty soon. And we will continue with Cronos, and you know, when we get back on here, and like I said, after we complete this playthrough, I will probably do a playthrough of Pragmata. I don't really want to start Pragmata until I'm done with this, because I'm not only having fun playing this right now, but I just don't really feel like carrying on multiple playthroughs at the same time right now with the inconsistent stream schedule. So this is just easier at the moment. But yeah, anywho, y'all, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate you all very much, as always. Yeah, I hope to see y'all soon. I will keep you updated as much as I can. And yeah, I guess that's it. Take good care of yourselves. I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye.